Another wonderful good morning growl. Most definitely. What's up, the realist? Hope you're doing good today. Hmm. Oh, where do we start today? Well, it's interesting because I haven't been to the temple in a while. It's been months since I've been able to go. And I've been recalling the different the different devis, the different embodiments of the divine, the different qualities. I, was, I thought of one yesterday, and then I thought about it this morning, and I'm gonna pronounce the name wrongly because I got it in my head. I was looking it up this morning. Venkataswara. Venkataswara. And he's accompanied by essentially the Divine Mother in a couple of different forms. It's an aspect of Shiva, it's an aspect of Vishnu, it's an embodiment of the divine themselves in a different uh, state of life. I remember that, and I was able to go in and pull up the mantras, Ashtaka, the Ashtotara, the Santamalavali, the Sahasranamam. There's different ones. One of those has 108 names. They have 108 different names from different communities and villages that they travel to. And so they mention all of those names in one single blessing, bringing out their qualities and their aspects. There's another one that brings out their wisdom, whatever they were wise about. I believe that one is the Ashtarka, Ashtakam, one Ashtakam. I believe that's the one. The Ashtotara is a hymn, that's a song. It's taken me like I do not remember these words to talk about them. I look them up regularly, quite all the time, and the more I'm looking up to connect with the divines, that I'm no longer at the temple to be like, hey, there it is, boom, and priest is speaking it and saying it, and I can just appreciate and jump into the meditation zone. But no, I need to be a participant. I need to read and bring those ideas and those things back. And so that's what I found is very helpful when one is familiar and always somewhere or always around someone. And then there comes a time when that closeness is no longer there. After some time, at least for myself, I'm going to reach back. I'm going to remember what I loved, and no one else is around to do it. I'm going to do it. I grew up in Texas, Tex-Mex. Tex-Mex is just, there's a bunch of different cities where you can get Tex-Mex, and states and towns and all sorts. And one thing I learned about is that the Tex-Mex I got from where I grew up, man, they know how to do the spices on it, flavor that stuff up really good. Compared to everywhere else, I go eat somewhere else, I'd be like, nah, you might be a restaurant, you might have waiters, and you might have a cook, but nah, not up to par for me. So when I moved up to North Carolina and I wasn't around, I found a restaurant. Long story short, if you order some enchiladas and you're an authentic Mexican restaurant and you serve some a plate of enchiladas, that comes with refried beans and it comes with rice. That's just what happens. Up in North Carolina, they're like, our cooks are from Mexico. Woohoo. And they serving me fucking enchiladas with fucking rice. I'm like, can I get some beans? And they charge me extra and bring me refried beans on a separate plate. So I had to make my own. I had to go back. I had to remember. I had to look back to all those restaurants and remember, because man, they'd have their tortillas. They'd be making their tortillas fresh, right, so you could see right at the restaurant. Boom. So I look up some recipes, I look up some things, I go back to where I'm from, and I was able to recreate that anytime I want to. When I have a dish, when I make something, I can make that restaurant quality food. I can take that with me. And yeah, at least for myself, I realized that this kind of spiritual stuff didn't just start. This isn't just this a way of life with me with spirituality. It is just how I am, and it works. And that's why an ending is needed. That's why a break or time apart where there's no sight of going back. That's why it's needed, because for me, that's when I'm gonna grab the hardest. I'm gonna live it. I'm gonna live it. I'm gonna be it. I'm gonna carry that memory. I'm gonna be that memory. I'm gonna be that living memory. And that's 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 worth all the marbles. That's worth all the cheddar. Everybody's after something a little bit different. Everybody has a different reward. What might be your reward in life, and that's the crown of everything? The person next to you, they throw it in the trash. They don't care for it. Next person next to that, they pick something else entirely from the person next to you. So what everybody's kind of looking for is a bit different than each other. But finding that love inside of somebody, oh man, I like that. That opens up some possibilities and lets the good things flow. We may wait till 5:30. We may get started a little sooner, but we'll definitely be going over our blessings today. Yesterday, I guess I needed to level up, man. It's one game I'm playing. My character runs around casting magic, and I wind up making myself a lot more powerful than my physical body is. So I'd be running around places like bah, 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 casting magic and destroying shit. But if one thing comes up and pokes me, I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. I'm gone. I can't do shit. So I've been leveling up, get my defense up, my health up a little bit, and on the digital platform that is. So I went from level 124 to 128 yesterday. I went a bunch of digital work. But there's something about my life. I can't see a character be leveling up and myself not be growing as well. It's almost like instead of using people, I use that, run around and fight dragons all day. That's where I'm leveling up right now. I get the most experience points from dragons. So I just run around killing a bunch of dragons just for hours and hours and hours. Just pop, pop, pop. It'd be like walking towards me or flying up. Just like too slow. And another thing about a game that reminds me about life, my past. Look, I value my life. I'm careful. I'm not going to go throw my body out in front of danger. I'm not foolish, let alone emotionally. We talk enough about that. Though, on a video game, if some particular games you die, you start just right there. You didn't really lose. You didn't lose anything. Maybe you drop something. I will pick up what you dropped where you died, and you can continue on with your journey. And I look at my past, and I see, like, I've just kept going through life. In my past lives, I can imagine, like, I got this one right here. I got this one as a birthmark right here on my arm. And to myself, that birthmark that killed me, that was a death hit in a previous life. There's some real stories to back this reality up. And that, how do you die from a fucking arm wound? I can lose my whole fucking arm and I can still keep living. How the fuck did I die from a wound in my goddamn arm? My forearm. It got infected. It got infected. That's why. Because I didn't care. I wasn't clean enough. I was too dirty. I didn't care about it. Nah, it'll get better. This life, what you see and what reality is, I keep myself clean. My face, you can see a little bit what I've been through. But otherwise, I'm gonna keep myself pretty damn clean. Because I know the harm of an infection, a virus. A big giant couldn't take me down. A magician, wizard, warlock, demon, rawr, couldn't take me down. None of that. But a tiny little old microscopic virus, man. Tiny little bastard took my life out in a previous life. So I make sure and keep myself clean inside and out, so that those viruses, those things, if they ever do land, they don't have an environment to grow. They don't have an environment to get any better. People are good. They're excellent at judging the book by the cover. They're excellent at underestimating their opponents. They're excellent at not looking into actual research of any subjects. They have their eyes focused on one book. That gives you a lot of advantages. When you operate, work, talk, that's the limitations of the person next to you, most likely. Ingrained somehow, subset system. And that's why they get angry, because they're busy doing things they don't want to be doing. So their anger spikes. Things don't work out. It's not their way of life. It's kind of funny how I look at somebody be angry all the time. They be making mistakes quite often. They got some wins. Sure, they're surviving and making it in life all right. And some people might say better than all right on a financial level. But I'm going to watch that other person. I'm going to see. I see how they treat me. I see how they treat others. And I see the folly of their own mistakes. Their opinion, their advice starts losing value with me. All the words don't matter, because what I see is problems, chaos, upsetness. I mean, not just a spike, but a spike and then follow that wherever it goes. Never returning to peace, calm, or center. So it allows me to be very aware of who I pay attention to, or who I choose to pay attention to. This morning I have this one particular piece. It's I mentioned his name earlier, is the avatar of Vishnu, one of the avatars of Vishnu. I'm going to say the wrong name. Vediskar. I gotta look it up. I gotta drum it into my head here. That's what I gotta do. Venkateshwara. I looked that up this morning. Other than looking that up, I have to Venkataswara. I have a particular video, and it's of the priests. They're going into the temple. They're setting up the proper things, the puja, the fire, the oil lamp, the all the proper things, the flowers, and they're going through it. And it's really a beautiful thing to wake up to. Um, Setting my mind and my intention. What do I want to focus on? What do I want to focus on in my life? And so what I continually drum into my head, and that's what I'm going to be. What I constantly surround myself, that's what I'm going to be. I'm not trying to fake it, but gosh dog it, I'm doing my utmost to live it and be it for me of who I am. It's different if I live with a family from another country, all right, and then I'm with them every day, and then I get they help me learn the rhythm, they help me learn the sound, they help me learn this and da 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 da. But that's not where I got my lesson. I got my lesson inside the temple, listening to the priests read these mantras, stotras, astotaras, ashtarakas, stotrams, the hymns, all of the blessings, reading them a million miles an hour. And when one stumbled, there was another one sitting right there, and he'd fill in the blank. He'd fill in the blank like there wasn't a missing beat in the room. And I'm like, damn, that's where I want to be right there. Ah, that's what I paid attention to because they were doing work. They were working in the spirit. They weren't just playing. Now, hey, there's some people out there and they're great singers and they sing the hymns and they bring it out beautifully. And I love it. A little history on myself, though. Growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, I'm not anymore, obviously. But growing up in that kind of set, I didn't get to celebrate holidays. No Christmas, no Halloween, no fucking Hanukkah, no nothing. Zouch. Fucking nothing. No birthday, zilch. No goddamn new nothing. Gee, you want to celebrate New Year's? Do it in the privacy of your own home and don't tell nobody about it. Shit. But I was in choir in middle school, and because I couldn't sing the holiday songs, right? I couldn't sing them, which was the primary meat of the entire year of class. Well, the teacher just gave me fucking paperwork, which was stupid and easy. It's just, and I got an A. I got a high B or an A in choir class the entire year, semester, whatever. And all I had to do was sit there, be quiet. Whenever we would go up for a test, there'd be three people, and we'd sing, and then the teacher would grade each one on how well they sung and give them a grade. Well, I lip synced. I wasn't told to do it, but I lip synced everything because I'm hearing them fucking going over the song over and over and over and over and over and over for 45 fucking minutes. So I know the fucking song in and out. And so I just lip sync with the other two people singing there, and she'd give me a high B or an A. And then there was this one Grease, the movie Grease Lightning. We did a Grease concert, and my mom and my grandma came, and they were in the crowd. That was the one concert I could do, and they're in the crowd, and they watch, and I got down, and it was all over, and they said, you sounded beautiful, you sounded great. I said, Mom, Grandma, I didn't sing, I lip synced it. They said, no, we heard you. I said, no, I, my lips moved, but there was no voice, there was no sound coming out. So I wasn't instructed how to be a singer. I wasn't taught how to be a singer. I wasn't given that lesson in life. I was taught how to read. So do one thing over and over and over. And in the beginning, you're going to be slow. You're going to stumble. You might notice a couple of mantras and pieces and blessings that I go over, and I go slower, and I stumble a little bit. But I'm learning that one. I'm developing that one. That's how I got to doing the other ones as fast as I do them, in the accuracy that I do them. You'll hear in a moment. We'll be going over them here in just 6 minutes or so. We'll strike the gong, do a couple bells. We already got the candle going. Light another incense or two. And then we'll get towards our blessings for the day. We'll go over those. But that's part of the journey. Nobody starts out perfect. And for those that do, holy shit, keep going, because you're gonna be more than a splash. It's gonna be awesome. Whatever you do is gonna be awesome. Though at some point in my life, and it goes back to when I was working a 9 to 5 roofing and restoration job, and I started practicing in public. I had talks, or I had recitals, or I wanted to memorize the Knight's Tale. Once on a time, as old tales tell to us, there was a duke whose name was Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor, and in his time was such a conqueror that greater was there not underneath the sun. Just fucking learn it, because it sounds cool, and you can put some life into it, and entertains anybody, yourself. So I just practice it in public. Fuck it, I just keep going with it as long as I can. As soon as I put her out, well, I'll put her out. And anybody expecting you to just be aces from top to bottom and be completely flawless, well, they truly have not learned much in life. They haven't been through the struggles of life that are going to cause these types of rips and tears that we keep together through the love that we have for another person. The love that we have to not continue passing on a bad deed just because it came to us. I don't have to pass it on. I can say, you know what, screw that. Flush that, hit the flush. All right, what would I like to serve? Coffee. I'd like to serve some coffee. I'll pass coffee on. You know? Your future is your choice. Today's actions, those are your choices. Now, they can be reactions, they could be instinctive, but then those would not be your choices. You could act with an emotional, you gave me this emotion, I give you that emotion, kind of gear shifting, changing back and forth. Or you could be like, you know what? I like all the energy I got. Have a good day. I'm going to go home and be an alchemist with this stuff. Your actions can very much be your choices. And when they become your choices, you're able to create the future that you want every single moment of your life. And that's the reality of your powers, that you can manifest your future. You just got to understand, hey man, if my goal is over here and there ain't no ladder or step to get there, well then I got to start out with one little thing, and that's a foundation. And then another one, and that's a foundation. And these are mentalities so that I can achieve something that's going to get me closer to what I want. Because one step at a time, and I'm going to be able to grab what I need. You can do that. My favorite movie, I gotta put it up there in one of my favorite movies, taught me that lesson. Baby steps. You don't even need to read a fucking book. Just take baby steps and you'll get there. You trying to take big old leaps with your leg and you lose your balance, fall over. Of course, try to go too far, too fast. Just take a little baby step. Let me give you a real life, real world tip and trick. This is real physical 3D tip and trick. If you're walking on unstable ground, if you're walking on terrain in which you could trip upon, big rocks, small rocks, sticks, crags, cracks, whatever, gaps, take small steps. Keep your feet literally to where they don't fucking lose a gap. Like heel to toe practically, side to side. Okay? When you take these little bitty steps, you're constantly feeling everything right under you. You're not taking big old high steps. So you're constantly feeling the ground. So if you hit something, boop, oh, I have something in front of me. I'll just go this way. Oh, God, I'll go this way. Oh, let me take a smaller little step over. Oh, okay, I got it. Because you're taking a bunch of tiny, 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 tiny little steps. So you don't lose, you literally, you're much more likely to keep your balance. But when we're walking and we just take these long strides, man, we hit the wrong side of a rock, the wrong side of the crack or crag, the little branch, our toe gets cricked on, and we ankle gets twisted and we fall over. Lose our balance. On unstable ground, I'm not talking about all the time here, but when the ground is unstable, I keep my steps a little bit closer, a little bit more baby steps, not very far, staying right in line with each other. All right. If you've joined us or not for the blessings, we're going to start that right now. And if you want to have full participation in that, literally, it's all you got to do is close your eyes. Close your eyes and just have calm, restful breathing as what would be natural for you. And as the reading begins, you'll start to feel and experience within. And they're all blessings, they're all good connections, it's divine connections. And otherwise, you can watch, listen, enjoy. Thank you for being present. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contain it in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, to rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boughs and cause, having their own. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind vile, fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampazi Anakampasi, Dingatia Kampasi, Dingatanakampah. Hear me, all that I summoned forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renno si secure was future Hirusha Hanzu Zeruka Gorukuti Geni was more hum Tratsuli the Sepatos I gave it to Deep Shockings and Absaramen. Un Basharmataya Suwakum Bashwamanatayas Varam Nunanina Nuranina Nunanina Nonorum Dumbamong Shing Shorong Onin Shanain Tariasuwakum and Shanaya Yantrayas Waha Eu Wawi Engon Pramimbron Unjita Rasha Patono Suwakum Jitrashi Traji Varatas Baha Ruda di Ruda di Ruda di King on the Nintron, Shong on Cranking Kong, Hong on Changing Shong, on Hayapi Sharamanteas, Wagum Hayapa Shomanatayas, Baha, Ha, who had here a holy Ring on Cranking Kong, Nanganai, Mayas, Wagum, Naya, Mayas, Baha, Shring on Cranking Kong. On hino kacharka pathai suwagum jorti chendogu jivatis paha nunanina no nunanina nav kringom pambipong on shir chivatayas wagum shijai baratayas baha logo on arapashano suwaka Maramakardi buba bibu bear bork bork uba bubu bear ongamen Renosi Sekiwi was a Putura, the head Kerusha, Hensu Serukai, Gorikutishin, was Maha, Tortugi, the Sipatos, I paper to deep shockings and a salaman. Parashakushu Baru, Kilmaka Ball, Momola Labo, Pogogena, Rabobol, Colana Baratico, Sharbox, Tanabala, Sarabo, frequent the Lulu Mosnabo, Pruni, Pinic, the Lulu Gugolo, Egarabadi, Shugila, Gamolo, Gama, Marshall, Goris, Roma, Babo, Maruka, Agaziku, Gigi, Montgomery, Bakalamu, Piniki, Lanu, Saju, Mashanana, Sorolim, Barmaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Aruna, Ramangi, Dumutuku, Atagigi, the Guluga, Sidor, Kineman, Kaikol, Sikor, Nenik, Gorne, Beru, get, now Telakubano, Tuku, Kutuku, Kakumashkar, Sana, Sakari, Mashri, Sharu, Malaba, Takada, Glugator, Marata, Korpomaru, Tukora, Kuriosis, or Lulu, Banmaskin, Tutu, Dedikukim, Lugatan Mankio, Bano, Tuku, Nada, Lugatan Mankio, Panropishu, Soroli, Munabata, Zari, Mashikaranu, Sulubora, Dotobo, Kibir, Balai, Netamadu, Tagatuku, Mashmashi, Sori, Mashana, Gorsu, Gori, Mashdosu, Serapatico, Baparas, Zukan, Palu, Galata, Bora, Nebo, Yarkin, Baradi, Muaru, Kakudamu, Linuam, Kashti. We are also Ronophris, whom is found perfect before the Nathanoma becoming El Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses is the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronophris, the justified one. We are he who is clothed within the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanim of Camille Shinju. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanim of Camille Shinju. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious Osoro over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabol, day that of destroying the enemies of Never Tashar, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes says to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved all said our heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinemitonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronovus will confirm. Lady Alset and Neba Sora be shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim linush kerili staxare tu marticuli tornish livi alu ar meshir kin meshish arilu sayansi amila or pul turumugirsha. Isa riega biesha jilika dupiera blaka isayura ro riega limutukunu kima kukrile tili shami yena zumriari sayena Zumria riega ina zumria biesha ina zumria zilika ina zumria dupiera ina zumria blaka ina zumria tatara ina zumria dexi ina zumria karuba ina zumria sarnika nish mashkapulu tamtunu nish in kipelkimri lutamatunu nish mashtuk Mas alani lu tamatunu ni ishbat kamikunu lu tamatunu ina zumria lu taprasama. Ya artun en I bar nenim dini ba perik ba gabaez agabaez ba agabora ba gabaez agabaez ba agabaez ba perik benenim neni ba donani ya korbor ya rin ba gara rin ba gore ya ki yak sakaki ki sakduti ki kasoru ki katulu ya Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Main Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim 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 Main Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Main Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Main Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Main Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Main Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Anushu Bamgiva, Su Kishargi Goda, Shisharamara Yadin Guru, Kalama Sinikutin Garina, Guru Nexan Kukariasha Sukumur Kutu, Ziana Kampasi Kia Kampagalu Paran and Tapara, Shakparagi, Kimbarala, Lord Barat, Lord Para, Maskim Baralo, Tupara, Papara, Latu Para, La Subara, Karubara, Orukubara, Golor Barara, Ilitubara, Tu Solatin Nazul, Lala Solatin Nazu, Kim Solatin Nazu, Mula Solatin Nazu, Tinker Solatin Nazu, Maskim Solatin Nazu, Parahedin Nazu, Ziana Kapasi, Kia Kapa, Munisika Barayen, and Agisha Jorgi Shnu or Masha Sigarea Baraye, Zigarshu Barnai, Sari Sharma, Ziganam Sayen, Doria Shaki, or Pura, Pardon the Boo. Dianum de Asara Savito Mandala Mandia Vartina Riana Saji Serisana Sani Vista Kioravan Makolo Kuravavan Kariti Hari Haran Maya Paputor Sankakara Namaskaran Mantra Ram Matra Yartam Home Prim Ravar Yatam Home Prum Suya Yartam Home from Navertam Home from Kakarika Nama Home from Pusnertam Home from Haran Kabor Harikadam Home Prim Mari Karikadam Home Prim from Aritya Namaha Om Hrim Savitra Namaha Om Hrom Orkarika Namaha Om Pravaskara Namaha Om Hrom Hrim Hrom Hrim Hrim Sri for Sori Yana Yanamaha
Arasita Yashas Namaskaya Neko Dine Dine Oppression Palam Viram Tesam Kajayarte on Kran Kring Hong Kring Monkeros or Hong Kring Bang Shamasha Kashapia Kashapti Epi Shamush Epistia Kimatinor Kutoshula Imli Shulu Surbura Tupu Epitashunu Kimaman Arduinati Kili Tushunuli Mutuma Nakulu Blue Shunulini Shuma Nakulu Rinin Shunuli Kishurma Nakulu Tari Terama Shaluti Shakashapi Sharushi Arkushi Shurpi Orki Shurpu Yusidingur Kosheba Bang Gibigera Gibilgashu Mana Yandu Tushtelani Oli Mali Arki Gispari Yazi Yazilinger Gara Kampa and Gimodo Arsemitogi Shabu Banana and Shimtorina Hagispar Bagi Bil Bagiarazi Aga Kampa Kaman Nurnu Shariu Minkunushi Shariuli La Kunushi Shariulani Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariu Sharu Lini Kunushi Shariulani Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariu Danali Kunulim Kutina Zumrialu Tapsama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmushili Chururu Shishali Nutizis Animal Anigorabuti Shima Yarabarati Dina Dina Alati Limda Osi Kunushi Alani Mushiti Yamasarati is Masarati Baids Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Baids Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Garavalboni Shamashkori Yamasaratu Zikia Kampaba Golo Manetki Ashatapara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klim Snarber Nam Home some Kumberari Gatlam Hatu Mutav Kubera never Kurto Devron Preview Veratu Bumi Devia Meton to Mutav Nuxekerum Yakina and Tep the Southern Tari Nekip Tasu Korea Dep Desen Marsidio Tusultrata Taisana Hami Saman Ya Namaha Omiam Dryatam Hakopsrop and Rom Tesotatu Naya Meton Kodov Nuxaki Satanaum Sex Tentakis Wexaka Tekara Nekabek Tarnek Sarset Saruna Pek Markola Kutulu Tataraka Agniomna Magnariat Nam Homam Yamariat Nam Harapi Yarmoma Saratu Taraya Maran Happy Nukapi Sekesaranaum Sectem Secte Pateku Wike Erte Kore Cortana Nectepte Yatamarmatu Yanu Yanele and Genareti Sasam Samrak Society at Namha Vampirunari at Namhaim set Paruna Ratu Sermalaya Metanim set Nokim set Saruna Sexaruna Pagmen Sepsenuduni Cupetea Mautun Rates of Ziting Garana compositing at Kia Composite Deo Biomium Viura Namha Morsidi Morcola Molu Mormotu Ziting and compositing at Kia Compotus for Tata Kulutu Haraka Saktu Takara Yanu Yali and Zampeo Him Bramarner Namhar Pramuna Bumahano Mansaratu over Tesraya Metan Caprano Pacabram Cabra 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 Capru Nebem Cabrasha Capram Penembra Molua Saktu Takara and Esratin Bumaha Jatatu Sarmas Fatamo Ketatepsek is certain to Nemeraru Mesu Furniture Prim Home Soria Yarnam Home Prim Stream Chandra Yarnam Om Prim Stream Mangal Yarnam Home Im Stream Bambur Yarnam Home Prim Prambraspati Yarnam Om Prim Stream Shukra Yarnam Home Prim Stream Samchana Yarnam Home Im Prim Roverdam Home Im Prim Ketu Yarnam Jabakusumi Sankar Shankar Shapeya Maha Dair Prim Tamurim Sarpa Pakam Pranatos Mindi Bakaram Dari Shankar Tushar Boram Kishor Ortona Vasam Babam Namami Shashardam Somam Shambor Mukur Tabu Shardam Darani Karvasam Putam Vedu Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Prayam Gulari Kasharmam no Perna Pratima Burham Somyam Somya Kurum Pertam Tamburham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shenam Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Putam Pril Kisham Tam Namami Brias Patini Mankutamrina Labam Yarnam Paramam Kurum Sarva Sastra Pravaktaram Barikavam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagra Shantashaya Matarna Sambutam Tamna Hamami Shaneswara Matakariya Mahavyariam Chandradika Vimartanam Simika Garbhasam Putam Tamrahum Pranamami Hampalasa Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Graham Sakam Rorum Romakam Korum Tom Ketum Pranamami Hamam Pramam Rori Tripona Kari Panusha Shiburmi Suta Borasha Guru Shashukra Shani Uketu Sarva Grahamama Supapratam Purume Shanti on Boris or on Tatsa Vitor Variam Perkut Vasya Dirmandio Jono Pratsudat Tatswaha Hariam Tatswaha Nanasi Yanam Rasiti Nana Basaman Ganasaya Kampa Magabati Anana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampaya Magia Gamagia Sagastena Kiashta Kuish Nebo guru namo kurios Mercurios astro tu yankar ku yazir namo mozor si fordes kan pasulus hakashir talas kan pa nabo satarntos kan pa yagashia sasia gurmani yasia markali strali bari yagusheri yarnan yarneni yarashta papa macha chakarani yaramilur yajir strali kan pa inanes yarma kan pa bizarma kan pa ya bezia relur dish mashrudu ya durga ya sorluchis katamani ya tariet partara katarmani ya kan pasi ringerudu ya kan pasi ringerustu ya kan pasi shajera rakuzi perodukan pa ya shakan pa ya nongkor mas baru ya rengkor ya yarsi yang kan pa yan ka ya rengkor ya siringarin ya kan pa ya kan dalam makiata rakam pamaru kumu paru sekali ya dagi ya gata ya mapa pornes ya marutuku ya tuku sorim sagorim aksana kesana kape ya luku ku ninim kemanu ya duki antara isi batu balu baliku bertiariku bagak kempap ya si zag bat basak paron noisel giga nushu bamgi gapsuki sharke ke godashi sharamara ya dingurut kelamas ni kuting karnina buyu next rank ku kaya shashumur kutu Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Hare Ram Ramerti Rame Rame Sasturnam Taturian Ram Varnarne Vinaya Karya Namahoma Karnantaria Vedarmarhe Bhakratundaria Dirmahi Tarundati Prachudayat Bhakratunda Mahakarya Sori Korti Samaprabha Nyorgoinam Kurume Devasor Koriye Shur Sarvara Shri Guru Saran Suraj Rajneesh Manem Mukore Surhar Parnura Kuvarti Mota Sujurta Kuvarchar Porti Intanu Jani Kisumi Ropavan Kumor Borburhi Vidya de Humo Vihara Hukoles Vigarje Haliman Guns Gorje Erkapisti Hundoku Jarkar Ramduta Leader Badaman Jani Putumapan Surtna Mahamaha Vikram Beshurangi Kumartini Borsamerica Sanki Kanchan Varan Veris Besa Kanan Kondoku Kesa Utvosro Varshe Viraje Karte Morchana Rusorje Sankar Sulvan Krishnan and Dantesh Pratama Jagwan and Vidyavan Gurnia teacher Torram Koshkari de Kuator Prabhutari Tesone de Korea Ramlakan Sitarman Basia Sri Guru Sharan Suruj Rajneesh Mane Mukuar de Surho for Nura Guvor Fimocha Sujur Taku for Chor Purhi Hintarmu Jani Kisumeropan Kumor Bolburgi Vigienda Hu Mohe Rahu Vikor Kalesa Rufikor J Haniman Jan Gunjar Jer Kapis Tihun Loku Jarika Ram Tutali Partaman Jani Putribapan Surtnam Hamahavya Vikaran Bajrangi Kumartini Vorsumetike Sangi Kanchan Veran Perez Subesikanan Kudokuchi Kisa Hoth Vosro Wodu Walshe Roje Korte Borchane Usorje Sankor Suven Kisne Nantesh Prata Mahajagvan Dan Vijapan Guniati Chotoram Koshkari Bikuator Prabhuchari Trisuno Pekurasia Ramlekan Sitaman Basia Surkshma Rubdari Siarhi Dikarva Vikar Rubdari Lankaja Rava Bima Dari Asur Sankare Ramachandra Keka Sanvare Larye Sarchi Panel Kanji Yari Yeshri Ragu Verharshi or Larye Ragu Partini Baru Barai Tumam Pri Prati Sambai Sahaspatan Tamharu Yashkar Veuskar Hishri Parikarter Karve Sankari Pramari Munesin Rad Sarat Sarhira Yesas Yum Ubardik Porjahan Tekavik Vorkari Sake Kaharnte Tumuko Sugrovin Karna Ram Mehari Raja Partene Tamharo Vantrovi Marshan Martha Kasumar Barye Sub Jag Jardan Sub Sahasra Jojan Par Barnule Rio Tarhimat War Porjartu Prabhu Mudrik Merlir Mukmari Charadi Lanki Garde Ashurajana He Durgaham Karchagarke Jerte Surgam Anugrahatum Retete Ram Dware Rum Ragvare Huanargia Birnu Pasarte Subsurkalahe Tumhare Saran Tumrakshar Kahu Kudarna Apante Samharu Paiten Hun Lokante Kanpai Burpisach Nikatnat Hinarvema Verjabna Surtunve Nasaruhare Sapiraja Parnerantar Hanuman Beras Sankatse Hanuman Surtave Man Koram Vashan Jan Julve Samperda Tam Ram Tapas Veraja Tianke Kasam Kotum Sarja or Maru Ratu Korul Vesurki Armi Jarvan Porporpe Jaran Yug Partatum Hara Hari Parser Jayar Ojeyara sarhus sanket tumragwara sornekanra rom durhara shtaser hinar nerki kertata usvan ternjan ki mara ramrasa yantum hora pasasara rahora upati kerrasa tum hora barjan ram kupove janam janam ke durpisrave and kalura guver porjarye janam hori barkahari orde tajir ladare ki Hanuman ser hi sorvi surkare ki sankat kepte merte sapir jus mira Hanuman bober JJJ Hanuman kusin kripkaru guru dev pyar nahin jo sar par kar kor hi chorte hi parli mahal surkor ki choria parte Hanuman chorli so hori ser hi sarki kor hi tu sera sala hari chera forje das hordar ye mern dera vornai Senkar Mongol Morti Rup Ramla Kansira Sarhi Rodaria Basahu Sorampu Umaharaga Vajrosi Savara Sarva Jahum Pam Ho Ganesh Renam Charindi Varan Yam Hom Namahu Om Hrim Shrim Mim Gom Mim Namo Bhagavati Vatari Vatari Varihi Varaumuki Antantini Nama Runturuntini Nama Jambejopini Nama Mohemohini Nama Stambastambini Nama Sarva Dusta Pradustanam Sarvesava Sierra Saktor Mukati Jiwas Tambanam Kurukurus Gram Vasyam Impulum Tai Ta Ta Umaswaya Pahatswa Ani mani mane mamane shira shari te shame shabi tai sando mukuda mukuda bi shabi shaye shaye gini sinti shabi tarana yoro kabashani nebita patara nebita tam tora shudai kure mukure yadade shugasha samasami bode peke rizi tada roma rishita sogina kushana pasha shudai matara shana uru kai shara shataya baramane yada taya zara maraka uru ki mai biare rata nedeta hade chinerichi achi nata tonari Honor Nabi Kunabi Akina Kodi Kandadi Sandadi Madogi Jukori Worshani Hachi Debi Ni Debi Rokero Kota Kata Atana Kushare Tana Shure Hachi Boresane Soruparane Batani Sorupa Bishop Batani Shuba Amni Sogahabi Sharin Darni Soya Hagera Lasso Gatorate Sarbasus Mishikara and Sarbasaru Moshor Set, Sarbasaru Show Shorai, Togira Shinabiki Anya Mane Mamane Siri Karite Samasamita Miss Santa Mukta Thomas Samave Sama Jayak Sinta Samamita Darane Loki Bissel Break Sani Need Hidu Abintari Nivis Dabitari Parisuri Kuli Mukuri Padari Sukansi Sama Buddha Veluki the Dharma Parixita Samgone Kurusani Nekori by Visudani Mantroma Fresiata Ruto Rukislai Saya Vartaya Baku about Romania Taisva Shvala Mahaj Paloku Kutukutika Muktiara Tabartanota Notovati Tini Vitini Sitini Nodati Notovatis Vaha Atate Nari Kunadis Vaha Kari Kandari Matani Bukasi Sankul Fusari Sisis Vaha Itimi Nime Ruha Stuest Vaha Adana Pati Dana Patani Dana Fusar Dana Sarhata Pari Budi Pasani Savarani Sampotani some Parik Sita Samgane Katani Dharma Parik Sita Sabra Sarva Kusla Gates Mibikri Dita no Parte Patani Patalis Vaha Sasikam Sahu Ong Hong Sham Ong Sham Ong Tonga Slow Gong Kim So Hong Kong Kling Gong So Gong Kring Hong Sham Ong Hung Haring Ara Ring Gong Yeru Sorara Ong Bam Dum Wong Krang Ring Gong Pumping Gong Krang Ring Gong Krang Ring Gong Krang Ring Gong Bram Ring Gong Shang Xing Gong Krang Ring Gong Shang Xing Gong Kring Shring Haring Kring Yim Bam Dum Chong Shring Gong Gong Hung Shring Gong Kring Gong Shring Haring Ara Ong Heru Sor Long King So Hong Gong Hung Nani Chinaora and Pashatatu Pama Shukunaya Max of Yahum Shuna or Nasam Baba Tramira Naora Natadesha Harhum Fukushishwana ora momo gusirayo kushina ora muru kandali matangis vaha Pushidem busumo namo bagabortius nisaya omruru svuru shvala tista saru kana sarvata sarhalkis vaha Shul kanjis I bosum rolix vaha desishi bosum some jamchasas vaha Tero bosu nama samata boharam koruna or babe tare tadinis vaha Sanjo sentrin kanjis I bosu unvan bars varadar matahi martu kanjis I bosu mantur baba umpas vaha George Menkanji Bosu, Mahakurun Karis Baha, John Dai Kanji Bosu, Kalakor Konis Baha, Northern Kanji Bosu, Parmeser Malish Valum, Kongolka, Pashra Sarfa, Hanya Bosu, Dishi Shukla Vijaris Baha, Fujan Bosu, Chamius Pom, Monjo Bosu, Manamakemer, Roku Bosu, Matria Baha, Jizo Bosu, Haha, Smayis Baha, Kokoro Bosu, Namor Kaskar Bario Malik Mali Mulis Baha, Nicole Bosu, Mutotas Baha, Akolo position kan bodies va football my own namas mantavashanam kanamurusana sota yehum tratam usante my own sun banesun bahum shashra hum vaikun dali my own mantra hum patai toku my own srikal rupa hum kam svaha kongoria sho my own vajra yakso hum isen my own maraka vajra snis vajra sarpa hum from ruku jaku my own umaro kwanfas svaha son pogorjum kumbai svaha Kongong no zone kong genom vajra svaha senexi dojium jonasi svaha chikokutram trasrara pramaranas svaha so chotram virodaxax betais svaha famokutram virodaxaning betais svaha tomotram visrophonias svaha pensaitinum sarasvati svaha taikokutram mahakalari svaha kichi jortram mahasriya svaha karitaimum durmaliari svaha taikini tenomri svaha marishitinom marisi svaha taishokongitinom higaum svaha Ushovajina Vajini Precious Tastro Mam Chushashva Gratram Golin Purani Det Viu Vartin Purandiranu Vratam Chasi Vishvahar De Devikari Yanya Namaha Kariyarni Mahamaria Maha Yoginya Deshwari Nangpuk Surtam Deviparti Mekuter Namaha Isero Sarasrate de Yane Kate de Medicali Nana Narton Gichimarnito Ercarte Gichimarnito Ercarte Gichimarnito Ercarte Tono on board Vaspa has better Paranyam Perkubasia Derma Indian Prachodiat Ipsos Ship Shosh Quando Shanta Turora Taro Tortora Roro Brahada Gong gang gang hing yang gong kong kring krung bong gong sling kutong gong tong bang Malapakata Glugada Marata Karbadu Kakudamo Zarima Shigaranu Erking Gubara Rimo Erking Gubara Rimo Zarima Shigaranu Adu Kakudamo Lugada Marata Karbo Malapakata Gadu Kakudamo Zarima Shigaranu Erking Gubara Rimo Adu Kakudamo Lugada Marata Karbo Malapakata Om Trampakam Yashama Sugum Dimpus Tivar Haramor Varu Kami Varbanat Yom Jeri Ter Namaha Rim Hum Chom Krom Mahakub Jerike Chom Krom Rim Shrim Hum Shrim Chom Krom Kujerika Krom Hum Amarea Glifurana no Kurwasikel no Way Shkurayat Namaha Shrim Him Vasromedehi Skurayisva Kring Kali Hum Swaha Sarvabisa Medehi Memaha Kali Namaha Mein Bramber Hartnen Serhari Brahmin Parton Vermanari Virmahe Heranya Korbaria der Maitano Brahma Prachudayat Chaturum Korea Virmahe Marsurotaria der Maitano Brahma Prachudayat Om Shrin Klim Sosachikam Brahma Brahma Jashnana Prataram Purusadvihi Mara Purushovanaba Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Ushak Nephet Kenti Fernti Amkaripit Nahororati Afim Ket Naboset Kitsu Utunizur Kurti Hapasti Taratuyorum Seforim Besegnemar Kanemiu Sorti Utuarmenti Martu Horu Kremiu Kerune Krenu Kermenti Artepepsera Kerune Gerderu Sekariu Nebaborg Nefratim Sapu Ariam Ababa Utulugarehi Neheb Kol Nehem Nefurches or Tepanef Hitchabu Truam prim tor si floriti in ridi vinga turvin gen normodlamati se vervego tur nori turmani aromos que dulski orbia beori orgiordo fin fredle vortin vergera frigve derve torgis en gese gos ver degs vi bertog ver deg bordor brand ver de kor frodi frovi en wigar wiskar vir serge revos skior fredle skildungskelf i försömning järnvingskelf ju no för horen heran nikos rinkuroski ormi befrindi svidor fitir yogi or fjortni Elkelmeer spoelgoen trofium fimoptir sidior rig vid lepti mospel nefoheim elbekagering og vepjernia og meo sratner og dulma mori bo pesa wardin Vire ve sud Mongamberg alumea ostri vestri nordri sudri meko asa tord norfi nerdnek flori nord i oderling och ser deski infectie mon de pere lune solo vocos fins bil hier ki perker smir vien frames skjor harti rodmi sini jorn fil dior i dar volklad shame Verin golf mots orsnia dorin nein yet die nudri sudri usri vestri at the rovolin nor nein erpintein de furbo for bombor nori nor oid mod vid ner vi kondof in dof orin fili kiri fontin veli troin tekil vid vir ner nada rekrads vin trop ner dogs fori hogs fori herdi of ori du van vari het die veel die horsi ori orvel hier lo for skier de vir skarfina of in skjær de fos die fin nori der is hier bird Vardan die skoor bredar bikker neer hier neem björg skjef keer mjölk fleimandeling vet en rasvreids falsgods falslig virloni vinsbo basadas nero ding friglor ki Avinaria parnaria vis noda malia marna samaria visariam gorsas narmbotardariam vistararia taraya samsaraka tardiviatu narcarande parimala pardor cascarde suripati padara viernde baba paria certe Vande saryapi perca pagarme nata tarva hamna martinas vam samudro hitarenga kalvar karna samudro natarenga udyar taranga nargab herar nuljarano jarkula mitra sardor ste bavarti namba parti kimba vartaskarra mariasti birra varatrai ravatarapa Tasar dauva sordam parames vara pari yoba varta baba papito ham damodara gunan mandiarta suntra varnra binda gopinda baba jala ladar nitar mandara paramam darama panariat bam menariana karuna maria saranam karvani tavorko horonori sarpari maria Paratan Soroje Saravasatu iti Srimat Paramaham Sampari Vrajakara Kasyasya Sri Govinda Paryavar Purja Parasyasya Sri Makachara Bhagavarta Korposar Parisotram Sampurnam Kubarondananda Sri Raja Rojo Dana Suvara Dana Lagni Shpira Tarmo Dana Dior Danika Priya Daxerio Darnia Rata Daria Varto Dara Vrata Divya Raksana Sampano Dinorti Raksarka Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Buri Dharma Samraksano Sarka Nirhisvaro Niralambo Nirhinam Paripalaka Nidyanta Nyagunakara Niskamo Niru Parava Navaraga Samaraju Navasankya Pravartaka Manyeski Toraptisa Mahagunan Gurnan Virta Yarjniko Yashna Sakta Yashna Buyar Shaka Sharka Raja Kandru Ramartiso Ranjako Raja Porjita Visitrava Sarkar Daria Visare Gambarna Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Varnyo Varndulu jana vasala varupa sapriya tarmo vyaragi visoyo muka sovyaptu sarananda sarva sakti sarmarata samarata sornya sarva bandi ora varaka Supritu sulava somo sarva karyatur andara samakana priya saksarvi bhava sri vyarajita dasvahana sampritu akilanda pravartakavyo yorkana Sampridam Tarsvardana Priya Vyoratkarna Sampridam Tarsvardana Priya Rakaparamasvasi Akarham Rabi Varjitu Darbu Terun Dharma Verbabo Narvarana Kinoresu Visravana Kalaka Pravartaka Hasta Lakshmi Samaryuta Vyaktumala Vikraha Luka Radio Loka Palu Luka Pandu Sulaksana Sulabha Subara Suratu Sankara Dana Priya Santa Sudanam Kuno Peta Susvata Sudan Karha Sarva Kamarsham Sumati Sarve Kepana Karkar Sankan Haras Tarar Tara Sriman Param Jorti Parapara Samadhi Kuno Sampana Saranyo Dena Varsala Parupagari Papagna Tarundi Yasatne Hatarta Sarva Kuno Pirta Surindra Sambe Varava Svisaki Arto Vita Baryana Tantas Kiorta Prata Kala Parthet Sutram Suser Durvetenet Napret Nuti Purusa Sriyam Devendra Sanni Pamiti Sri Kuberus Tutram Om Yaksharya Kuberi Vishravana Yadana Danyadi Patari Yadara Danya Samriti Me Dari Daparya Svaha Om Shrim Hrim Klim Shrim Klim Verishvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Klim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mama Grihe Dardam Porarya Porarya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha Om Hrim Yaksharya Kuberya Vishravanya Dana Akashararya Sarvaluka Vasil Kararya Dana Danya Ripatarya Dana Danya Samrudir Merderi Daparya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberarya Namaha Om Yakshaya Rajarya Virmarya Laikadesarya Dirmahitana Kubera Prachuraya Zikia Kampa Siana Kampa Siringarikia Kampa Siringana Kampa Zigugi Makampra Zikia Kampa Siana Kampa Zikia Kampa Siana Kampa Siringarikia Kampa Siringana Kampa Kakumashkar Sana Zikia Kampa Siana Kampa Zikia Kampa Siana Kampa Siringarikia Kampa Siringana Kampa Lugala Bora Agni Ball Zikia Kampa Siana Kampa Om Namo Hum Trar Parar Reginu Sumbarumaga Gatmatraya Sunbanyar Kusani Samanta Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dokatlambi Om Sunbani Sumba Om Vajra Umfa Om Shrim Hrim Krim Om Ganabataya Varabara Sarvajan Me Vasham Manayer Swaha Tarpurushari Vidmahe Bakratudari Adair Mahitanu Dandi Prachudat Om Shartihi 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 Om Ganhariak Sayartama Om Ganhara Para Ganapatar Yadnamaha Om Lambora Rariartama Om Ring 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 Om Garantaria Vetarmat Heva Kratundaria Dear Mahitano Tanti Prachudayat Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Shwala Shwala Shulia Shaya Jamanaya Shah Sarvas Trom Smaras Marik Shamalabba Kurkuru Dushukra Hamum Patsvaha Arunam Kuruna Tarangi Shachim Tutar Pushan Kusha Pushpapahara Chapa Mahari Biri Varavru Tamayukara Hamed Yarpa Vipaparia Bapartim Shrimara Shri Maharajni Shri Marseneshwari Chidagni Kuna Sambuta Devakarya Samudjata Orya Bahu Sahasraha Chatur Bahu Samadvita Suraga Svarupa Pasadya Kura Kurankusho Svala Marupu Shepsho Kubur Dharna Panchatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prapapura Para Paramharanda Mandala Champaka Shuka Pranaga Sol Kanti Kalasaka Chakuru Vinda Manishanen Kanakutera Mandita Shami Sandra Privrasha Dalika Stala Shokita Muka Trandra Kalanka Bamru Kanarabi Veshishaka Varanas Maramankandia Kruhatara Chalika Vakra Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Mena Palo Charanava Champaka Pushpapa Nasadana Verajita Terakati Teraskari Nasamarana Basura Kanapa Manjari Kluta Karnam Por Manohara Tatakna Yukali Buta Tapano Duba Mandala Parmalaga Shela Dasha Paripavi Kopalubu Nava Petruma Pamashri Naikari Radana Chara Vinyogo Master Siddhi Putraka Mantra Siksya Paparamara Prati Chanda Sri Deepa Putraka Tavatum Bijam Swaha Sakti Partilakam Sri Deepa Putraka Prija Taram Tapetari Yukari Asari Nyasaum Kasya Paparamara Saranamaha Srasi Prati Chanda Namaha Mukti Sri Deepa Putraka Damaho Vinyoga Namaha Sapengitiara Sari Nasakram Gusti Piam Namaha Rim Tarjani Piam Namaha Namara Piam Namaha Namika Piam Namaha Karinstikia Piam Namaha Krom Karistat Prastapiam Namaha Iti Karani Yasakromadaya Yartamaha Rim Sapis Rasis Vam Sakaya Pasaram Kabakaya Nimidri Yavasur Kromoslajapati di Serangi Nesbo Mayarti TV Mokadairam di Putragimata Via Discourage for the Pini di Parte di Pede para Sapom Jagamiam Priya Nika Yagaram Samar Pamiamang Samiga Pushpa Bijamiam para Mika Dupamagrapi Piami Aramang Mika Yaiti Pam Tersiami Rambavara Mika Yam Tromane Vieriam Nivartiami Swamiki Sobukara Pujam Samar Pami Japamala Matroma Mama Male Samama Hamare Sarva Mantros Farupinica the Burgers Sarinas Tadmani City the Papa Mantrom Rim Sidaguro Presidom Rimato Sidi the Turgamantrom Crom Rimam Dorge Rime Evasai Rimdum Dorge Am Rim Chromum Batsvahas Danganes Chromataya Namaha Rim Pieces Rasis Vahamsek Svaha Samsikaya Pasara Kakai Humnim the Troye Fossil Comasroy Party Sanangi next Bofis Mayarti Divimokadanam Diputrgamata Various Scottish for the Finity Party Lipidae Paras from Chagamium Kapuja on Pia Mika Smart Pamiam Samika Pupshamiam by Paramika to Yai to Mokrape Priamidium and Namiki Itiram the Shamiam Vam Varamika Miki from Mahanavarium Nivariam some Swamiki Yosubakara Pujam Smart Pami Smart Paramgia Pam Koranasma Korapam Japam Seria Bavatu Medevi Prasad on my Japamantala Malamatron Umbar Male Savedeva Mampritita Subhaba Bavas Pam Kurushime Badroya Soviram Kadehi Neum Rimstia Namaha Hingines Grain Homo no Supporters Sortio Promorogio Sortio Madly Task and Lutumio Lev Martialos Papina Egypt's Bibicalo Helgor Kennedy Mertigo Birmingham Home Dial Very Board Virtual Phone Spiels of Fira Boss Force of Monk Ekmorn Jordan of Born Force Born Make Fere of Bioneer Men Karimaniari Beer Beamer Meme Ran Mir för mord när vän arvas orta bors jamer gibi vasas under nesir nes vodu ner chok fonser baneor bimin kapvas kin ginunga in grasiver I borborsin ner bishbung of your biobers mi kamerans corpus or skinen sornera salor strena pas fos kron luchti sol vort sortnen serna marna herdi horkori Heimim jul bosort ni visi vorsaliar timer nine visu parmingen zartisto jnone visu ha vorsa bike dukin jinquil rockstole keningu kopapa Gotux no comnichen no monocopu morgin hertu och med janda kantor of tank koruma terjoke tuxas er alla belvi Beersborg voor horten bamboe of lolo Omsmi buat det vol motanges corbu tol copru tefdui torniti tiervu cru vor prem vetergis von torcolions prevor mo borson me job morcor morcocho denaimen kingen regin quilo rexol genin copoco barketu everski ri for good frutovski job prems bio brains lithium bord vos mos sos near Monsieur for plain for go ruin to rain and nor bear med linkin more comcor blue vergori George blue sim Dorin sag be hong vovel goria bo bekinga nioles bosier dia mes vir nur horgi de der busmuk no bolongo evo nurgin lokulum Beranabelin embrace friend warga lums embrace free der win martin embrace mere oka terra torto mogochela tela bisomnista terturin terton preketeron ogolen tentama fantun versin dorso rig wolf or rig nor O series it's a fear two federation in mone crumblo loon comfort alla från twid where sent in dorsal rig wolf or rig nor of silver says a fear 215 ish lin more necrum bordun rosway rosware lies or we could we what we breed our weed our rosi arroz consent facility protestra quorum peneos nesipenet dos curles via via and to solentules ipse corniando menos sorpens vistes stefnar vis chris non facility sit impossibly vos viste carte dominedos omnipotens rexergionet dominus dominantium in curios manu omnis victoria constitutum nebellum contritur pro culpus ne me visio virum finins tal me opos ero de lor de toris magnificentis arvarin macum hel arvarin cum helar barin mak. Cum saxum saxorum in forsum montum oparum dainata volumen quartum tracoris traconis tracornis nira temor durdorum dirtimon concertena certum koshermuk samasamos sharamos neon trokut was betfut spielten ve. Osi konushi alani mushiti ti kunu osi kumushertum kalatum kutum tum osi baritum kabalitum nabaritum ashashur kashatu kashaparni elini tum berarni eli au stari au sisu eli ameri ai a ambro sarnaku indikulura salal du mushawu orau ku intana luhupi au punti ya Uroso me mastiti auran martu erili nubu siertutis geribetisi sarmi loni orabuti shimata pardi dina lati limda upo salam kasharati ukashati Sharapishu mushtapishi ais masarati sharmushilip shuru shishalip nutupishilu salbuli rarum shalalu taptu shai puhu amarlim vorti yakimal salbuli tartul shai pushu kishpikima tartili sharmiki rusha purturu epistursa zuruku kolamatusha mala Serri Irnaki Piki Guru Yalani Mushertum Sermani Yar na Pagrita Gera Dupera Sermani Yar na Pagrita Gera Dupera Sermani Yar Di Pagritushni Ladu Pira Sermani Ni Shti Pagritushni Ladu Pira Sermani Ya Kimax Pagarita Gera Dupera Sermani Na Arna Kulkurati Tapira Dupera Sermani Arna Gori Tapzadu Pira Sermani Arna Skupati Tushni Ladu Pira Sermani Arna Bishar Dori Tapzadu Pira Sermani Anangish Tapira Dupira Ziringaren compositing compositing lulen compositing lulen compositing compositing good shorima compositing darshorima compositing dula zaga compositing dula zaga compositing dula compositing no dula compositing measure compositing measure compositing marring lila compositing marring lila Siningerski shish Max Akbar dar ni artar ni bolayar makan pas ininger barbor all the corninger nerke kampas ininger ini digar ni dinger andur na iahan sagurlar nga kartal ningar nerkan pa sininger na kampas ininger kia kampas ininger ruki kampas ininger nambu kampas ininger start kampas ininger shama ustu kampas sininger na kor kampas ininger maru kampas Siringan ini bador kampas siringan kampas siringan anunaki kampas siringan lola lo kor ake kampas siringan in lola nin kor ake kampas siringan ini bebila shore ke kampas siringan ini kor ake gishin babara ake kampas siringan lorna dingkir kala nerke kampas kakamur tuksul ala sur kitim sul mula sur tingkir sur maskim sur siar kampas iki kampas siringan in lola lo kor ake kampas Siringan lolanin korkorake kampa siringan ini bibilo yosharake kampa siringan ini korkorake kampa siringaranuna dingir kalara ketren kampa siringarana kampa siringar kia kampa papa rarar termatarta papa rarar tekiger nerne azakaras bimur na tanam torkarasi bimur nar tertuk sur kur bimur nar telala sur kalbimur nar tergitim sur bimur nar terkala sur kalbi Murna taring surgerbi murna taring marnar biar nertar biar bar di bihesh kashati arti manu kashatu shatur yuterni Om Hayagri Variyatnam Homa Havisnar Vertamum Kisafar Yatnam Homa Rusudani Yatnamum Govindari Yatnamum Pundare Kaksari Yatnamum Visnar Vertamum Visvambarariyat Namaha Maharariyat Namaha Madhikayat Namaha Sarvakisariyat Namaha Sarvadarikariyat Namaha Sanatariyat Namaha Naradarariyat Namaha Narakarariyat Namaha Narasayat Namaha Neruparavariat Namaha Naranjanariyat Namaha Niskalankariyat Namaha Nidyatarayat Namaha Niramariyat Namaha Sirandamariyat Namaha Saksena Namaha Saranayat Namaha Sarvadarikariyat Namaha Srimate Namaha Mukatrisayat Namaha Sivariyat Namaha Sarvasparparariyat Namaha Verarate Namaha Verarariyat Namaha Veraveryayat Namaha Paratanariyat Namaha Parnayat Namaha Parniyartre Namaha Punyayat Namaha Punyakatariyat Namaha Paraparariyat Namaha Paramamarne Namaha Parasmai Namaha Parasariyat Namaha Parakariyat Namaha Parariyat Namaha Sarvedama Karya Namaha Virusat Namaha Paravarikamba Karariyat Namaha Sakalo Parisverjayat Namaha Niskalariya Namaha Sarveskar Karte Namaha Askalamarjana Mudrayutastayat Namaha Paraparayat Namaha Parnada Parusayat Namaha Sasaya Namaha Saranyayat Namaha Parasvarayat Namaha Santarya Namaha Dantarya Namaha Chitakurharya Namaha Chitametrayat Namaha Jaganamayat Namaha Janamartarharya Namaha Chivarya Namaha Jayatayat Namaha Jarasanayat Namaha Japapriyayat Namaha Japastuyayat Namaha Japakurte Namaha Priyakurte Namaha Vipavya Namaha Vimalaya Namaha Visvaruparya Namaha Visvaruputra Namaha Virustarya Namaha Virusnusvastuyayat Namaha Saritarya Namaha Santi Kararya Namaha Sraya Pradarya Namaha Sruti Marya Namaha Sraya Sampatarya Namaha Misvararya Namaha Masutarya Namaha Omana Taruparya Namaha Pranadarya Namaha Priti Patarya Namaha Bhaktarya Namaha Vayatoruparya Namaha Savasaksena Namaha Tamoharaya Namaha Marjana Sakarya Namaha Jarnine Namaha Parna Kantra Sampapraparya Namaha Janadarya Namaha Patapatiya Namaha Yogine Namaha Yogisarya Namaha Sarvakamatarya Namaha Yogine Namaha Mahumornir Namaha Monesarya Namaha Shraya Sam Namaha Hamsaya Namaha Pramahamsarya Namaha Viskutre Namaha Vyaraja Namaha Shuraspati Kanasakariya Namaha Charamalara Yutarya Namaha Maria Maniantarharya Namaha Shradavagari Svararya Namaha Prabhorgi Dharuparya Namaha Verahara Kamarte Namaha Iti Sri Hayagriva Stutara Satana Mavali Manataya Namo Madasaya Namo Magadaya Namo Kolupkaraya Namo Manami Vikaramarya Namo Manami Sitarya Namo Barapan Kartaya Namo Venukurapariya Namo Vishnu Priyaya Namo Verastuyaya Namo Virapanarya Namo Visadaraya Namo Sasarya Namo Satrushtanya Namo Sapanamandi Tarya Namo Pratanukurayine Namo Mamitikaraya Namo Makanapasapaniya Namo Mamarasaputarya Namo Magaru Parya Namo Palaya Namo Savasukarya Namo Paraparikakarya Namo Parakarya Namo Pamswaraniya Namo Vasudavasana Namo Parapasitarya Namo Vipata Sarjine Namo Taparikamarinya Namo Tamoru Parya Namo Tapikarya Namo Darindarya Namo Kasapramarjaya Namo Karu Parya Namo Yugarparya Namo Yugandarya Namo Rasumbantarya Namo Ramikatarya Namo Vikasvarpiya Namo Visvambaraya Namo Sankaparanaya Namaha Sankapalarya Namo Sampupriya Namo Saranaya Namo Kampankasarasa Namo Paparasarya Namo Pramardarya Namo Prankandarya Namo Prantandarya Namo Patipasaya Namo Paryavaskarya Namo Parusarasa Namo Payavatanaya Namaha Babepasarya Namo Tasakarya Namo Lokotrisaya Namo Sivarya Namo Paravarya Namo Pranaya Namo Punyaya Namaha Punyakratarya Namo Parisaya Namo Parakarya Namo Niskalaya Namo Paraparaya Namo Kotkarya Namo Srisaya Namo Santarya Namo Dantarya Namo Variamandaniya Namo Sarvapujaya Namo Sarvakaraya Namo Nerasaya Namo Neranjanaya Namo Mervatarya Namo Saranyaya Namo Sarvadaya Karya Namo Jaranjaya Namo Mapetaya Namo Vaitaruparya Namo Tomoharaya Namo Yogisvaraya Namo Kalanaya Namo Palaya Namo Pramakarina Namo Sunkaraya Namo Chitakurhariya Namo Jivarya Namo Jayataya Namo Javapriyaya Namo Visvaruparya Namo Virustariya Namo Viram Studyaya Namo Shraya Pradarya Namo Prantarya Namo Vishnu Toparya Namo Gutarya Namo Gutaraya Namo Naravasraya Namo Nakapusarya Namo Vishankarya Namo Vayaruparya Namo Sarisapaya Namo Sakaluparya Namo Kandrumbu Sutarya Namo Maravapitikarya Namo Sisumravarya Karya Namo Faniravi Busanya Namo Nagindraya Namo Nagadravata Sutara Satan Namavali Narsio rosculus mihi versierting nos Columbia narishan celeb du charger modjul orsien jul artisien fredian smurcherts se dern gelabros se merce introducer tu gur gelet sur ste vers Arthur an Mirch an Spjord neman tierne forman tierne formonchi schul du laboribel du smürantier krite du on tru gadu dorinanta der an marksan spjord det nerum widad at jul san gundru denta mindroyen young pianat nercher der mochul Sierbenecer Monsieur Nachi Benecer Measemo Nabior de Sepianecer no more Nabior de Medianansa Durstaola Sea Sua Julier Tadwigner me era tam herches stadia bo new Coners nur connotiers nur bien selling sierte siu sierne gil siel dem sierna berna massa siu fir gila sar ber massa siu mar biu archich parkir Fjoragus varted dat fuel era niar ser de ordne akrorek Fernantrior an krortek me angus Norberniu me an sul an kror ergus an biul an triul a chiur me sedo mortur saint in tater an macagus an spior neul me era bernach da nur etiore las narcioi messer cusur castuerne bernes filium fern agus mort bi fiul rud birte erge fior de necrur de ergus fior nars esan nacerbe bernior mes argus urcastiorne bernes leum fern Karachi kalindi tata viperna sangirta karavo muda berti neri vartarna kamalas vartama parama sanbu brahma rapi ganes archita baro jagana swami nayana pathar karmi bavartu me burche sarvie vernum sarasi seki perncham karti tarte Nurkulam netran tesarna chakaratar samvidarar tesara sri marvarta varna vasarti la kaparichayu jagana swami naya pathargami bavartu me mahambordes terre kana korucerte nilascarde vasan prasardana tasa harja Balabadrina Balina Surbadra Maria Starskala Sura Seva Vasarotu Jagannath Swami Nayan Partakarmi Bhavatu Me Gurpa Barvara Starjala Jalarta Sorendur Ramavare Ramasa Porarta Malapakorumurka Surendra Radya Srutigana Serka Gyarta Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakami Bhavatu Me Brata Rudurgachan Partimi Elerta Bordeve Patale Sturti Prator Bharvam Pratiparam Parkarnya Sararya Daya Sindor Pardusana Xiela Jagar Sin Hustarya Jagannath Swami Nayan Patar Karmi Bavartu Me Para Brahma Parda Kuvalarya Dalur Parla Nyurni Varsi Niladro Nihita Charano Nanta Sarasi Rasarndo Randhar Sarasa Varu Para Lingarna Sarko Jagarna Swami Naya Patar Karmi Bavartu Me Narvev Yarchera Jamna Chakara Kamani Vibhavarnam Nanyashe Hamram Yam Nikala Jarna Kamyam para vardum sarakale kale paramata parti naga kirta charito jagannath swami naya patarigami bhavaturme haratvam samsaram jutara ramasaram surpate haratvam papadam vitatirparam yara vapatea hodinuna tenitata charano nischitam mirtam Jagannath Swami Nana Patargami Bavartu Me Jagannath Stakam Punyam Yapate Prayarta Suser Sarvar Prapa Visurdatma Visnulu Kam Sarkar Char Yarti Shri Mat Sankara Chara Vira Chitam Jagannath Stakam Sampurnam Brahmari Sorachita Lingam Nera Lambisa Sorpita Lingam Jan Maja Durga Vera Saka Venasana Lingam Tat Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Deva Muni Pravar Chirta Lingam Kamadana Karunkara Lingam Ravatna Darpa Virna Sana Lingam Tat Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Sarva Sugata Sulur Pita Lingam Buri Vivardhana Karana Lingam Sira Sarusara Sarandita Lingam Tapan Mami Sara Siva Lingam Kanaka Mahamarni Bursita Lingam Farni Parni Vertar Sorpita Lingam Daksar Yurjarna Vera Sana Lingam Tapra Mami Sara Siva Lingam Kunkuma Chandana Lepita Lingam Ran Karja Hara Susurpita Lingam Sanchita Papa Vera Sana Lingam Tat Prana Mami Sara Siva Lingam Deva Kana Kara Chira Sevita Lingam Pa Vairava Kakapya Reva Par Lingam Dina Kara Rakoti Prabhakara Lingam Tat Prana Mami Sara Siva Lingam Mastara Dola Pari Vestita Lingam Sarva Sambhavas Karana Lingam Mastadara Dara Vera Sana Lingam Tatpana Mama Mami Sara Siva Lingam Sargaru Sorava Pura Chitta Lingam Suravana Puspa Sara Chitta Lingam Para Paramam Paradam Paramaka Lingam Tat Pranamami Sara Siva Lingam Lingastaka Miram Punyam Ya Parasiva Sarito Siva Lokamava Murti Siva Era Sar Murdata Nataraja 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 Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kardama Karnana Priyam Sirambaraya Viharinam Marabakamba Gum Fitasvarim Balalano Surkam Sarambaka Makandanam Sarambuvahini Daram Harambuja Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Samasta Bhakta Pusana Swahastar Vadarkam Karam Prasata Keriti Vevavam Nerastar Sarja Jarparamja Karastar Murti Sarharnam Serahasta Kandramananam Haram Borje Jagat Gurum Seram Baram Vibhavarye Jarakurti Tamarirtam Nitalalukarnam Viram Pikakurta Staritartam Paritala Pankaparnam Nortrika Porvaba Virnam Kutara Pasadarnam Horam Burja Jagat Gurum Siram Baram Vibhavare Koranga Sabasobitam Siram Kaljanar Narsitam Porangana Vikararnam Varangara Karanjirtam Karan Garjnar Sarkam Torangam Mirtagarmam Horam Bhoje Jagat Gurum Siram Baram Vibhavarye Amanda Bhaya Bhajamam Sumanda Hasan Mulkam Sumarda Manda Gamini Gerindra Skanya Kyar Davam Samam Tamam Taya Lurta Mamanda Yantamar Balno Harambuja Jagat Gurum Simam Param Vibhavarye Karindra karamva sasam geravirnda kapadarenam Surendra mukarya purjitam karindra vahana priyam Ahindra Busa Norja Valam Nagendraja Vala Sirdam Hordam Burja Jagat Gurum Siram Baram Vipapariye Malapari Nitate Sara Vila Sakarirnam Balarisa Prabharjanam Lalamaru Palokanam Lasapani Reandra Harinam Jvala Treya Sularinam Harambuja Jagagurum Sirambaram Vipavariye Sasanka Barnovi Tora Rajita Trilokaram Visala Varexarsam Suderkarba Hordandar Marnitam Nerikalam Borula Sarva Pora Haram Dara Ratan Virtam Haram Burja Jagagurum Sirambaram Vipavariye Sarantarang Sarjarno Korpasan Gornosane Marandar Yukta Dorjatna Lisiksane Vikatsana Sidam Barakya Sad Guru Swarupa Mertya Bortale Sara Sivo Virajarte Sara Moranirto Hara Sidam Paraya Sara Guru Rirdam Sara Vilaxernam Muralikirtiya Sarkar Saro Pamanamastakam Sara Vyasar Taralaria Hari Priya Tara Narne Viri Priya Kaniskala Jagat Guru Ranugrahat Iti Sri Sirambara Panka Kamara Sutram Om Sharva Varna Bhavarya Namaha Om Tat Porsharya Vidmaha Mahasanarya Dermahita Nuskanda Pratudayat Om Skandarya Kartikariya Parvarti Priyarndanarya Cha Mahadelva Kumararya Suprabham Yadyate Namaha Agastya Uvaka Nomostu Borndraka Borndavarndya Padaravindarya Sudharkararya Sandana Yarmita Vikramarya Gori Hordarnanda Sarmurtabhava Namostu Tubliam Pranatari Hantre Cortesa Mastasya Monoratharnam Dorteratarnam Paraktarakasya Hantre Prakanta Soratarkasya Amortamotarya Sahasramotari Gunarya Ganyarya Parapararya Aparapararya Namosutubhyam Sikivahanarya Namosturte Brahma Vertam Varaya Dikambaraya Barasam Stithalya Haranya Varanarya Heranya Barve Namo Haranya Yaharanya Ratyasya Tarpasvaruparya Tapodararya Tarpavanalam Pratiparakarya Sarakumaraya Himora Marine Trin Cortes Varaya Viragerne Namha Namoste Tubiyam Srajar Marne Vibhu Prabhata Surya Runa Dantapan Katarye Balaya Kabala Para Kramaria San Matura Yala Marnaturaria Mirhusta Marior Tarami Diurse Namor Namo Karnam Patarie Ganalia Namostu Tejan Marja Ratikaria Namo Visarkaria Sursarti Panarya Salvasya Natarsia Kumara Karya Karun Karaya Tarankamor Karya Svahirya Ganteria Kakaritakeya Sarveria Turbiam Sartartam Narmostur Tisris Karande Mahaporane Kasikarande Pankavim Sartamodyarie Sri Kartikeya Starkam Skanda Uvaka Yois Varamos Varakakerio Gernandanarya Skarandas Kumara Cerni Zvami Sankara Sambhava Gangeyas Tamara Kuraska Brahmakari Sirki Tavarta tarakari ruma putra kron kori sasaranana sabda brahma samudraska serta soravar svartu gurhasanat kumuru bhagavan borgar murt svala prata sarajarna Gana disa porvarjo murti morgakur sarvagama preneta kavarchi tarak pradar sarna astar vimaserta marni marianiti Vayapathet pratriose sradar yakyurto murko vargas parti pravar mahamantra mariarti malmam nama Nukirthatna Mahaprajna Mahaproni Natra Karyavikarana Itisri Rudra Yamale Prajna Vivardharna Karyam Srimat Karitake Yasrutram Jing Xin Jin Sha Tai Sheng Xi Xing Yin Ban Wu Ti Ku Xi Fu Ming Bao Ming Ha Shen Ji Hoi Ming Jing Chen Shen Nan Ning San Hung Nong Ju Po Wu Shan King King Ji Yi Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Ko Shen Zhou Tang Ku Ko Shen Tu Hui Tu Fen Shen Shen Jing Lung Tong Ming Jing Shen Lo Kin Cheng Shen Qiu Chai Wei Shen Ho Ben Kei Ki Shen Yan Jin Kin Shen Shen Dan Yon Linh Wu Tong Shen Xi Shen Lang Ye Đỗ Kỳ Trang Kun Chi Chi Ru Li Linh Jing Shen Shen Zhou Linh Bo Tiên Jun An Wei Shen Jing Di Ji Hun Po Wu Shang Zhuan Ming Qing Long Bai Hu Doi Jing Fin Yun Jing Ko Zhuan Wu She Wei Wu Shen Chi Chi Ru Li Linh An Tu Di Shen Zhou Yuan Xi An Shen Po Ko Wan Ling Yu Du Shen Guan Tu Di Shi Ling Zhou She Zhou Jing Bo De Wang Jing Hối dòng dòng tụ Điều này với chương trình gõ phần quay bế số tán tinh thấy sông yếu mình số dây chính của ý tại bố dọn hành lý sinh chính thì anh đi sinh dù thì anh đi siêu rên hành ký phần sinh đông sông dồn dù dù khoáng lòng thái dồn và phán quay sinh siêu vô siêu ra nên vô phụ mình phố gạo dốt tình cảnh lúa đã là đông con thái dồn Yan Yo Fu She Do Ren Sha Wai Wan Gan Jin Chen Chen Zhou Yan Qi Yu Wen Qi Xiong Ye Ban Gu Bing Yan Nan An Jing Wo Yo Bai Hai Ji Wen Mo Wang Chou Shu Shi Wei Wo Yan Zhong Hui Yuan Chan Dou Gui Chang Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Zhong Gan Jin Zhou Tan Di Xin Zhong Wan Ji Ben Gan Huan Zhou Wan Jie Jing Wu Shen Dong Zhang Zhe Nei Wei Wei Liu Du Yun Fu Yu Jing Wan Zhou Hu Wu Shen Xi Xi Po Zhen Ding Xi Bo Wen Bo Luo Dan Ti Yang Qiu Kun Shen Zhou Qi Li Ban Shen Yu Guang Ming Chen Zhe Xi Wei Wa Di Xi Wing Wan Shen Zhou Li Yi Xi Li Ding Guai Yu Shang Dan Zhang Wei Wang Jing Nei Yu Bi Li Li Xing Ying Ming Tuan Hua Jiu Xie Gu Di Jian Ting Jin Kun Chung Zhong Fu Hu Shen Zhen Ji Ji Rui Lu Li Zhou Wu Shang Xian Zhou Liu Yun Zhen Yu Zhan Ya Yang Chong Zhang Ru Yu Lu Zhen Kun Di Gan Zhen Ling Zhan Pan Zhen Pei Lian Zhan Ling Chen Guan Gyo Zhen Dar Jiao Tan Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Zhuan Zhu Zhu Yuan Zhuan Tai Zhu Hor Jie Ji Chu Jia Jia Zhu Or Ho Chen Ho Fu Wu Fang Hoi Hoi Yi Zhong Xi Yu Tin Chen Huang Ren An Bai Nei Shu Yi Yan Dong Zhang Xi Shu Ling Fu Yan Xi Jiang Jing Yan Wen Dan Fu Zhou Zhou Qi Yu Ming Ming Qiu Wu Jing Ge Ning Qi Yi Guan Qian Luo Ning Ke Fu Yu Ming Zhang Yu Lai Yu Xi Xiang Yan Du Nam mô He La Da Na Do La Ye Ye Nam mô Wa Li Ye Po Lu Jo De Shol Bo La Ye Por Ti Sao Do Po Ye Mo He Sa Do Po Ye Mo He Ja Lord Ni Jia Ye Hong Sa Po La Fa Yi So Da Lord Da Jie Nam mô Shi Ji Le Do Ye Ming Ga Li Ye Po Lu Ji Ti Xin Po La Shen Po Mu Na Mo Lo La Jin Chi Ji Li Mo He Po Do Fa Me sapo wata dosho penga shiyun sapo sato namo po sato namo poke mo fate dodajita honga polo gilo jadi giallo di gili mohe porti sado sapo sapo mola mola moshi moshi toyu jolo jolo je meng du lu fa she ya rimo he fa she ya di do la di li ni shi fo la je la mo pa mo la mur di li shi na la shen fo la she li fa sha pa shen Fola sheye hulu mola hulu jili shula soal jili sulu putuye putuye midili lo la jinchidili senina boye mona sopo he sopo he amo he jito ye sopo he jito yu shipo he la ye sopo he lo la jinchi sopo he mola lola sopo he jila sengamuke ye sopo mo he agito ye sopo po he jejija agito ye sopo he poto mo jejito ye sopo he lo la jinchi po ke la ye sopo he mo poli shenjera she sopo he na mohala darado la ye na wali ye polo jiti sopo la ye sopo he honji den du mando la pato ye sapo he bore bolo mito jen jing guanjin jai pusha Jing shin bo re bo lo mi do shi jo jian wu yun ji gong du yi go ye go xie li ji xie bo yi gong gong bo yi xie xie ji xi gong gong xi xie shou zhang xing xi yi fu ru xi xie li ji xi fu ju fa gong chong bo shen bo me bo go bo jing bo jian xi hu kong zhong wu xie wu shou xing xing xi yu wan er bi xie xin yi wu xie sheng sheng wei chu fa wu yan jie nai ji wu yi ji jie wu ming yi wu ming nai ji wu lo xi li yi wu lo xi jian wu gu ji me do wu ji yi wu de yi wu shou de gu pu ti sa do yi bo re bo lo min tu go Jin wu wu yu gong bu yon li dian do ming zhang Georgie ne ban san chi ju fo yi bo re bo lo mi du go bu de a no do lao san myo san porti gorji bo re bo lo mi do jir da sher jo sher da ming jo shi wu shang jo shi wu deng wu jo ning chu ye ge ku gente bu ju gu shou bo re bo lo mi do ju je shou jo yo jer di bo ror jer de bo lo seng jer di porti sa porti nan mo foto yer nan mo damo yer nan mo senke yer nan mo guanji jai bu sa mo he sa jur da bai jinje da jito han jo je la fardi Jendo morni mohe boteng mi lulu deseja shola hajeli shaye hongba shehe an bortamo jendo mo mini shola hongan balo todo nan mi hong na mo sanman lomo ton nan abolardi hedo shebo solang nan Tajito ante ke ji hong ruwala bola diseja zishili shopo ja shan di ja shili je showa he namo foto yer namo dar mo yer namo senke yer haji di hulu Jidulu, Jilibo, Jilipo, Jidali, Boluli, Shuwahe, Hadnamobage, Wadi, Wabala, Midaya, Juliana, Surdini, Shidi, Jida, Dejola, Jayeda, Tagedaye, Ala, Herdisan, Yosan Burda, Yerani, Yerta, Hansa, Libasang, Sikeli, Bali, Shubadala, Marti, Gegena Sangmawugedi Shabawa Bi Shurdi Mahanayet Bali Wali Sohe Namo Boke Fali Pa Pi Shashe Juru Biru Li Bula Pohela Sheye Dato Jer Do Ye Ha La Herdi San Mio San Boto Yerda Shito Pishashi Pishashi Pishashe San Mojera Sohe On Mane Bai Me Hong Mageni Yana Jer Do Kebada Jerte Jerna Wedali Gesaur Wurta Bolishita ger nabulana nabulir duaterban namulna logi shore layaso heli polipordi kyo herdi toloni ni he lardi pierli nidi mohe kerdi genling kandi na moe midu poye do yerdo yedodi to mi lidu por pia mi lidor gitan poper mi lido pe jarean di mi lido pia jarean do kermin ke no jido jarvi sopo hena mofoto nan mo tamo nan mo sinker nan mo shirli mo heti pier darmi yer to boli fulo noje lisan manto taje Nemo happy hero Kerti Sarman Toji Poli Duordo Fully no hardly no ta modi mohe Pier Corbiti mo Herni Shirtirshi Senke Jiti Sang Mantu Watu Wano Polone Xiao Yan Re Shang Pu Hua Tian Shun Le Yu Wo Dong Zhong Jun Shai Yu Shan Chun Miao Si Nen Ti Diu Ho Wei Tian Diu Wo Bing Sheng Orwan Wui Fu Wo Wei Fu Lu Yo So Xia Shen Yo Wan Ma Hong Qing Qi Shen Yi Shi Vi Qian Qian Yan Nang Gra Fu Yi Shi Vi Qian Yan Hing Li Jing Xing Shu Huan Ming Wu Nai Ateheye ya yo kichimani to hogo miki soma poco awa oki wa nixista misi starki he yo hana he yo hana he yo ya torabi ai gina he yo te ya torabi ai gina he yo te ya to hartabi Wongina hini yo te yatuaha tabi wongina hini yo. Ya hiyu niva hiyu ya hi hu ni ai ni na her ner na hi ya hi na hi ni na hiyu niva hu ya hiyu niva hi ya e ner na yani sini hawana hini swa vira kini ni nini tuina ho ni nini hutuina ho warasina na ho ni hima sia sisi Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dermahi Tanu Vishnu Prachudayat Om Devakanatharya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dermahi Tanu Krishna Prachonayat Tat Sharia Mahe Sazraksharia Mahadevaria Dermaitano Rula Prachonayat Karantharia Virmahe Vakrasundaria Dermaitano Dandik Prachonayat Karyan Yari Virmahe Kanya Morkoria Dermaitano Dorka Prachonayat Vagdevriyai Cha Virmahe Kamarajaria Dermaitano Devri Prachonayat Hadevyai Cha Virmahe Vishnu Patnyai Cha Dirmahi Latano Lakshmi Prachonayat Mjolnir Gärtner Triton Dortit Natil Mochnan Smor Tribalsreim Juarketer Tries Dan Doranter Serstonatar Dan Dorototter Nimotjorletnesse Mercier Fum Chorti Lordi Asrein Sendiot Ninas Star Molchul Orchel Donti Asnim Thibas Corbasen Admjorner Bargenia Nadbad Nadberbam Sordam Dorin Narstar Findruni Verba Rovortar Morich Rosortar Morech Romortar Monor Nibela Molech Nim Thibas Forfetch Rofertar Mortech Nimragpa Nadir Dirschrol Na door glas na deur die slun Nimmoletar tiol na quare barna curte bjortintum ni orchor namasiarte originanule Admionia senech serch ta am serach Conaternitla serte for brinni bios near beter mo serch charndel doen dit geel om el ansurster om lealuaring mol om sin search mernerk robot chertar sert brenart search sert der or weer cortagor corcum morias a rubera inspiruito nori porm sa domine esalusto heru esalustar domine esalustor pan esalustar domine esalustar Krishna esalustar domine esalustar tor esalustar supur papulum turum domine benedictus tua Ateheye yayo ateheye yayo ateheye lo nituni shira wanye gele kekita yayo nitun shira wanye gele kekita yayo ateheye lo nitakuye wanye gele kekita yayo nitakuye wanye gele kekita yayo ateheye lo Minchinshi narpe mayu ozerate heyelo ini chage kete arte heyelo chanon pawan chicha urpi chanon pawan chicha urpi arte heyelo chayarni pita arte heyelo hetuer cha heu charni ho heu chuercha heu charni ho hunku kille chaya heu ho hunku kille chaya heu ho arte heyelu wanyan marniye Tatanka one money arte heyelu let show me you can get the low yo let show me you can get the low yo takumaka ai sharga herna mitawa yellow yo takumaka ai chaga herna mitawa ye low yo arte heyelo yo arte heyelo yo ya yo Minching shi yi te wakila che ye Minching shi yi te wakila che ye uyate ye Inchincha gabita che ye uyate ye Incha gabita che ye te ye Hey ye lo arte ye Hey lo ha ye Hey ya yo Hey ya yo Milakin hiyumi chichi yarra, milakin hiyumi chichi yarra, wawakra wawaka blakate ye ye wawaka blaketa ya ye onchi heya lo yo yo onchi heya lo yo yo puya chini wasna waka gin yin kete puya chini wasna wakin gin kete onchi heya lo yo onchi heya lo yo leye ya hey ye la hey ya hey ye Kangiyo ye yarte ye chaya waun welo kangiye o yate ye chaya waun welo ni yate ye hewe ni yarte ye huwe wan bali galeshka wanyani hi huwe wan bali galeshka wanyani hi huwe miyukan kin wan laki yeah, yeah, yeah. Miyukon kin one lucky, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hina one lucky, herna one lucky, hey, yeah, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Min chimita waya, min chimita waya, arte hewe, arte hey, yeah, yeah. Heuelo arte ya ya heuelo yani picta ya uelo yani picta ya uelo wasna wakin kita ya wasna wakin kita ya la chia ya epo H-E-L-F-O. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yellow, hey, yeah, hey, yellow, arte, yeah. Hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow. Arte, linda, makuwe. Harnole, yeah, yeah, yeah. Arte, linda, makuwe, yeah, yeah, yeah. Pet the one, yan, yan, makuwe, yeah, yeah. Pet the one, yan, 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 makuwe, yeah, yeah, yeah. Atumakuwe, yeah, yeah, yeah. Atamakuwe, yeah, yeah, yeah. In a hekuo. Misunkala, yeah, yeah. Oh, money, yeah. Misunkala, yeah, yeah. Oh, money, yeah. In a hekuo. Wana, sapiketa. Wana, sapiketa. Unchi tazipa. Michuye unchi tazipa michuye at the heyelu hekini kenya agalie hekini yanaka agalie one lechi wana sapita ke apilo one lechi wana sapita ke apilo one yipite kagario one kete Kagaryo, what the hey, yellow, me a one, my yankayo, me a one, my yankayo, kangio yate, one chunku wakagelo, kangio yate, one chunku wakagelo, yani pitacha, kura hey, yellow. Makasito mani yanukie oyate ukie one bali oyate one hoshiri lo ate yellow mako chaya hokie teking ukie kange oyate one hoshi yellow ate yellow at the halo in the waka gotcha. At the halo, oh galakin and waka gotcha. At the halo, chan palkin waka gotcha. At the halo, low me a cantin chi chuche. At the halo, O galakini yakata at the halo at the halo. Minching shitar in a kupie, minching shitar in a kupie. Makuche one washte. I gali pikete at the halo at the halo. One a witchishka at the ye one a witchisha. At the ye we huta ho marni we huta ho marni o katarna Okatana Korean Woa Hintete, Koyan Woa Hintete, Atamichi Chuye, one hinkipete, Michuya, one hinkipete. Michuya, I hear, was na walking kete, was na walking kete, I hear, was na walking kete, was na walking kete, hanpa we chaga, te wa kila he, te wa kila he, one blenny chala he, karielo, one blenny chala he, kari. Lu tokicha one way kala kinkita. Tokicha one way kala kinkita. Ni hun korn heyelo, ni hun korn heyelo. Wakanyan, linyan kinkite. Wakanyan, ninyan kinkite. Changalishka one loser haninya. Herkinkite. Changalishka, one luzar hinjarkinkite, one waika, rupa one waika, rumpa what halo, at the halo. En Israël kan het heeft in het roos van ons als ik vroeger en maar push heb ze kapuk in terror katem sakhenem ne pneumatic in jep miur runep ko mari basara ne courage as remi heb baraj se se voltem in suten in nord ke persistent paramen ke menu tot nep ne bu nep se kompetent tashar ne point um bauer dat het zo nu op zo een pod ne trumens minimal je toy tors ne tap en ke mor uru moet heb nu dat bet hat sen ne brot dat me set dat moet should have put my heat upon to that now my production and product can up that my heat that them can war take new shabas me he up on royal shabas can now asking me he up on the shoot you dabara me cover for do market do and I never that up shara very but so happy gamasa sapi sarpo happy at number in the money kept got home and already. Ne barkar har med den armen rikkar säkert ram de kortier ut hemma rones rate peperu a heromen henu heru tat heromen han pu heru benu heru så vi oi get tak karatis mant per de kin smam benu smam pe kin di kapset se pem tu o so ren gibser me kerep ser ik heru se kerum kruis green us run me kin met tu in se ket tu met tu al set kun lu de jasnes se het so te parete parem kenes kin tu su sutem shoot kapret dem no ari tinumina sinesine ora ken ped muda per di tos ne kin mur ke bo van beset so afrikan en ken tuem ke det gem als het ne boer haben niet men het van pet pet van een anan shere ke to jir van sekel ver pet net dat sharta dan po se ken pet se ken toyer en mama pu am u ken se het pe jo op me het se prim resource ken toyer ben heb min pet se ken bes past be kepas het per basat was en was se ken me het bara sit guna bash det so ni hemi are in si akers so pakers seramente tu kemu e komu se corsa pusar nubi meskerika pesaramente sermare ser hapep ser hemer se ken be chef di am kaputu no rode mes na bare meken ke se tu suors nes quartier u bram se van sekunda matene mi ati tu po multi mane peru se link nu ne peru na prim tim se pari ma pa autur kin hem ne prim ne pose so te pana ne mer te wi te tu ne petitas mun mentu nu se pa kabu se ke tu bu mer mat hoye so bu kosja ma opes nes men karim se petersen en te treb kapiem en resun nek ne terket gen nek ne terken mis tu kan net en tuters kremen ne por tutor mes shuiti kach jata tu an te ne petis at winen em sunning seleni joy en excellent kui sorry executive kari poi kem shari or kati mik shora nation en mi satu mit te paiti tu abe tu abe tu ek nu ke kismu ob sik men kuan ek ni for petef me tu en sur kaparatum sekna sekerti ek te tu arti awam seknu tu an ek mo pushar tu nek shut men het en pu ni fu so ka ki katun ta teng ni pu you abudi en keten mahati en japan en heri chata so mo hota pamiti ko keten ramaru prakit nem tu ex 92 mere tu kun had that bring you need to on the put Amitano and Petma, New Bedmaha, Ramita, Nefret, woman, Hetote, Septutin, Madame Canoe, Hesek, Nukin, Netare, Perian chips, Meriu, come hotel, Neforet, Doship, Septum, Soik, Milk, Mekanari, on new size, Robert, Prem, Kemutet, Neck, Messen two, never neck, Kendi, Manurasek, never tem, nem 3 and White, or Bridge, never Chakai, Kamatuk, says Jack Toyam, Satuak, Nepana, Nefruek, also over Tim, Holter, the also over Tim, Holter, Empathy, Matthew, Posu. Tapiu mat katira action to take the draw nu kuna param nu with a punu nu she's any aparam cutting ni masam ramai boy nami ten kapernam ten mortotari all tips of kapramos what am jera to nami u no I can music como shomo horare koi pati iko patera as you put get them curtain back so exakatek you take with him param nu to go up for two tam mind you kubisne forcing time or two to two never somewhat new in pet more who and man my sick mark soon press set net seneted net reach up the pen sock nu bra term sanai keti guama kau ne brand new message soon to new white put him kemu defne abu na team guess who sin neck yo benex and neck time homo hike net team sekimi with pen the terminane soon and new ship heke should have been set a miscarriage call my injured who in it through one on head who test almost of judo as a pet Ayanat nu in ekpejan ejad nu gap kapron tu war rana tu mami masaru du wasatan tamaru nepne neshra operation ur kulti ari dies kamamun nek tak peru tapem tapu mutu mu nepet was on that rock nemarek korna bu pisrek ai kami shekeke tap netru na bu shorak taradem shipek kadabek kadek nemarek no pitu sket kapte kutep now shot at never nek ninju di wajar was out up in the wajar wasnes wajas sim sur mein perronas and everything said on is Kurene o seroti sore berabu as an apara gini serunan nu pom kaparki ser utati sorbita puas rapatuari ni ser wanam su puan nu pom kaprik kaparna kapru nebum kapshak kaparam round tun pam yes urna on kanapen kan kambari ta urware man kambiri unen setori sabi kur karimi mi tu riu tu tradin sedara sebi watu naen Kabaek. Sebab sono coronari fanno utilizzare per uomo serebus exen benusutip sobren che ne vremem ki surkia te correggiosara tu amu betem toim net grande tamaglu amu nefsen terune medicat ne bruasro rusum su amu amelem skide betam de canoru amu nefsen funap samrap skene ko warpe ko up segment ke he wabe kam ne ru samrap skene ko per caricare courage punek shirka hi kor sati kabiri ni tarape ko lefem kai in kabiri magnet rual ne shrem Shibet had a neck kum small New Hampshire Meti Kiku had substance Karnashami to anemic Kiku Saran Kevin and Mineral Lucidum Kaizen and any separate getting now could have of course technology no Lord cooperate American and that's in Saturn or I guess if people come in good case of the neck and shoot to tuning at Piatini Napoleon for an intro the mess had a secretary and had to new day of some 4 months a percent of the Jara Mapas Carapas Rosapes Arena Caproasan soon came back up and moved to Rapuancho to think here better nothing up na friend through Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step, our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Newt, Ged, Newt, Kepra, ra, tuma, kansu orsamitoki shabublan shamtrubina I orsamitoki shabublan shamtrubina I orsamitoki shabublan shamtrubina I abrada. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go a bit delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You, yes, you can be anything you want to be. You can dream of anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, unlocking the heart to see, bringing the unity of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual. Yes, your body contains electric and magnetism, and you have the power to push away anything you don't want. And you have the power, the magnetism to draw forth that which you desire in your life, what you focus on and what your passion is, what you wake up out the gate running to chase after, you're going to get it. Oh, God. Man, if you ever feel like dancing, dance. If you have to ask permission to dance, that's like the mind having a cage on the body, and the only person that can free the activity of the flesh is the opinion of another person? Whoa, what a bunch of invisible prisons I'm glad to be out of. Don't think like that. If you want to dance, fucking dance. If it's shoving somebody's face in or, like doing something bad, don't do something bad. I don't encourage doing bad stuff. I don't encourage that. I aim at the difference. So if you want to dance, by all means, dance. And if you get in trouble for dancing, then I would heavily evaluate wherever the fuck you are. And whoever you've been hanging around that said you have to ask to dance, I wouldn't even go talk to those people. I would never ask for another opinion of advice. I would actually run away when they started talking to me because that's not going to do any good. Your body belongs to you, and if you're doing something that you enjoy doing, do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah. Yeah. Do it. Dance.
You know how many people just stay there all day long and never fucking move? I mean, shit, I'll even do push-ups or fucking something. I mean, I'm sitting here and you can't tell it, but man, I'm squinching my butt cheeks together. I'm working my ass out. Well, what? I got a weight sitting on my ass, so I flex the tush. You know what I'm saying? You got one seat that you sit upon, and it's called the muscles in your tush. Whatever technical words you want to use for that. So, a lot of times you don't even realize the exercise I'm getting while I'm driving along. That's what I used to do. Deliveries for my job. I go from this place to that place, pick stuff up, deliver stuff, whatever the case. And I get tired of just sitting there all day long. Like, I need to work some muscle out. I need to do something. Movement's definitely healthy for the body, especially. I mean, it's good in the early years. Don't get me wrong, but man, I tell you what, body starts getting along. You gotta warm it up. You gotta stretch your muscles out. You know they've been tightening for years. If you don't do some stretching, some people call it yoga. I consider yoga more so on the breathing level of things. From a little kid growing up, man, I just call it stretching. And then I started hanging around these people, and they're doing all these like yoga positions and stuff. Like, I don't know, like the stretching yoga stuff, the way Westerners are. And I was like, huh. I thought to myself, I wonder if I could do that. Because I've been stretching for a while, so I put my body in that position, and boom, I busted out the yoga move. I was like, whoa. They were like, whoa, you could do that, blah blah blah. It's like, I guess so. I just call it stretching. I just try to stretch each day. Some days I don't stretch as much, but I do get my stretching in. That's for sure. Jamie, that's funny. That was quite a few many years ago. I used to go. It was fun. I went to the Texas Renaissance Fair quite a few times. Went to some other in my armor when I had my armor. That was some cool days back then. I actually had classes where I teach people Western martial arts and literally have the proper sword and the swords and pole axes and daggers, romble daggers, and all sorts of stuff, and teach people how to actually use a weapon like they did back in the old days. Those were some years going by. Cool, cool. I used to live in Texas, Enchanted Healer, but now I'm central northern United States. That's where I am. I found the world just seems to be warming up a little bit, and everywhere down south just seems to keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And I had been through one too many things, and I was gonna just walk on the street and go homeless in Texas, and somebody reached out from nowhere. I met them once at the Renaissance Fair. I met them one time at the Renaissance Fair, and they sent me this message on Facebook years later, 2 years later, 3 years later, whatever. You happy where you're at? No. Why don't you come up here? I was planning on leaving anyways about this particular month, and so it still looks good. If I could get up there, I'll be there. One good thing turned into another, and I was able to get where I am. You ever think of the same thing, Forsaken King? Dude, man, one of these days we gotta hang out. I know we're not too far from each other. I don't think it's wouldn't be too crazy of a drive, but that would be pretty cool. We gotta do that. We gotta do that sometime. But thanks, Lisa. I appreciate that. And really, like, and in that kind of thing, man, I, I redirect I redirect that kind of praise to mothers, um, mothers with a heart, man, and the good fathers out there. I mean, a solid parent, a solid mom or dad that's got their child from the beginning to the end, no matter what that kid chooses. Like, as long as they're doing good, you don't want to encourage them to hurt nobody, of course, but you know what I'm saying. But like, to moms and dads that don't give up on their kids. My mom never gave up on me. She never gave up. Even when I gave up, she didn't give up, and that left something with me. I don't I don't know exactly what she did, but my mom, she made it to where I never felt like I needed anybody's approval. It wasn't that I was better than anybody, or it wasn't that I was anything special on that regard, but I don't know what the fuck she did, but I've never felt like I needed, oh, Dad, I earned your love. Oh, I got your approval. I mean, from the beginning, from the Bible and everybody else, they're like the whole fucking world's a cesspool. Everybody's out to fucking kill you. It's nice and pretty and fun until somebody pushes you down, kicks you, and they all start laughing at you. And then for some reason, people decide to stay part of that, and they're like, oh, I'm part of the group now. Fuck that group. That's what the world has to offer. Why would I value that opinion? No. Uh, Maybe it's something my mom did. Maybe it's the reality of humanity at large. Seeing the ugly stuff that other people do, knowing what they do, what they're doing to me, and then they go to work, they work some job, nobody knows what they do behind the scenes, and then they do that to other people that they control, and on and on and on and on and on and on. If it's happening once, you can be guaranteed there's a million occurrences of it on this world. I might have been young and everything, but shit, I knew how to put two and two together. There's one line, there's a second line, and over here you got this one line and a second line, and you put it together, you get four. The fuck? I mean, unless you're going Roman numerals, and then what? You got four again. Shit, huh? Uh, Guess so. I, I, I mean, even the Bible. Like, I ain't throwing the Bible on nobody like that, but I mean, didn't a lot of us grow up in the Western society when Christianity was like fucking number one? Give everything else, sacrifice to this one, and give all to this one, ignore everything else for this one, right? When that was at its height and everything over in the West here, didn't the dude say be no part of the world? So then, if I'm trying to seek validation in the world, if I'm trying to get approval from people that I can see are not following God, you could be on the fucking stage and be preaching a message, but I know how you treat people behind closed doors. So I know love is not, you're not love. Whatever you are, you're not love. And God is love, so if you're representing God, fuck you. You're not. You're a liar. I don't give a shit who follows you or who believes you. Fuck off. I'm not doing it no more. Shit. He said, be no part of the world. Why would I seek validation or approval? I wouldn't. I'm not part of them. I don't care about their opinion. I like Little Rascals. You ever remember the movie Little Rascals got the dog, and got the red spot over his eye or whatnot, or got the kids and alfalfa, right? Got the big old the cowlick. I have that. I had a cowlick recently because I cut my hair short in the back and it was sticking up, and I was like, "Hey, I got a cowlick like I did when I was a kid. Cool. Hey, Divine Mother's a cowlick, and you got a chakra back here, and it's called your jade gate. Yeah, the back of your head, that knot, go ahead and touch it. That knot right there, it's called your jade gate. It is one of 9 chakras. There's 9 primary chakras. The other one's at the back of your heart. Anyways, your jade gate, that chakra, when one opens it up, it allows you to telepathically communicate. It allows you to bypass, specifically, your jade gate allows you to bypass time and space when you meditate, when you zen, when you focus. There's no time and there's no space. You're in the quantum world and you access it right there. And I think it's funny because they call it a cow lick. Like mama came and just licked your jade gate open. What? Anyways, lots of ways to be happy in this world and focus on good stuff. You want to hear something funny? I'll tell you something. You might think it's funny, you might not. Somebody asked me yesterday about that UFC fight. And I was like, I'm not into fights and I'm not into that, blah, blah, blah. I don't watch that shit. I talked on about it for like 5 or 10 minutes or however long I talked about it. And then last night or this morning, one or the other, I think it was last night, I was looking at Yahoo News and it was showing the results for the fight, but it had like an interesting headline. And I was like, what the heck are they talking about? And the fight ended like in the first round, like fucking seconds into the match. I don't think they got a whole minute into it. I could be mistaken on the details, but the fight didn't go on because his knee was hurt and it wasn't necessarily from the fight. So they didn't really fight that much. And I was like, hey, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Not so much hurt happened. I laughed, man. I was still laughing. I think I was fun. I was just, from what I said, how I feel, what had already happened. Thanks, Mo Malden. Mo Malden. It's a cool name. Makes me think of Madden. Hey, you know what, Mo? Why not? Generally, I go over the blessings early in the morning, and we go for about. We just finished up literally not too long ago. Um, I don't know, within the past 20 minutes or so, and so that lasts for about an hour and a half or so. But there's something that I did appreciate about the temple when I went, and it was the fact that the priest, if somebody just came in and they were checking the place out or doing their whatever they were doing, the priest, generally speaking, every so often, periodically or whatnot, and perform a ceremony for them. And so, why not give a blessing? Sure, we'll speak a good the Blue Lotus mantra. I'll do the Blue Lotus mantra. That one's smooth enough, and I'll keep my page out. I've got it memorized, but you can. My mind can take off really fast. So this one's just rather short. And if you really want to take it in, you can close your eyes. Um, anyways, Ani mani mane mamane shara sharite shami shabi taisana mukute mukutabi shabi ashabi sori shabi shaya shaye yeni sinti shabi darani roke bashani nebite abintara nebite atahan darade shudai kure mukure arare arare shugiyasha sama sami bori pegari chi tare daruma rishi te sogina kushana basha basha shudai matara matara shana ruta ruta shara shara shatai yarabaro manana ataya Sararamoke roki umoki are hata nedeta hata echi nedeti chi achi ari nari tonari ara nabi kunaki akene kori kendari sendari mentugi chukori boro shane hachi debi na debi a debi roke taka tuke ata nine tana dai tana dai tana kushade tana shurade hachi bora sedne serubara ne baratani serubara shobatani shobatani so you have shani so you nikara ni so you have it right that asu gatarate sarubasu shamashkar and I sarubasaru to moshura sete sarubasaru da kyo sharai to gira should be carried dai they kepra ra tum kansu or semito shabu balana shamtruina hai or semito shabu balana shamtruina hai or semito shabu balana shamtruina hai avrada. That was one of the very first protection mantras, blessings I ever learned, and I noticed that the days where I read it, I was all right at the end of the day, one way or another. But when I didn't, things could befall me, and who knew what was going to happen that day or how it was going to end. And I've spoken that trying to send blessings to other people, and the blessings came right back to me because the other person actually ultimately denied them, didn't actually accept the blessings. They fought against it in their own behavior, and that's to me it's the most powerful thing that can be done on this planet is to share blessings with each other, not trying to change a person's ways or how they think or anything like that, but just being a person and helping each other. We all need a little bit of protection in this world, so. No, that particular one would be like that one would be like that would go back to Buddhist Tibetan, and then there's the other form of it because I have it in that one in its original. That's its original language, like back in the day, and in its region of what the Blue Lotus mantra would be from with Shakyamuni Buddha, and then it's also in it's in Sanskrit. I have it in Sanskrit as well, and then I also have the same Blue Lotus mantra in Japanese and ancient, not Japanese, Chinese. I have it in ancient Chinese as well. Prairie Ghost Kin, I love you. You're cool. How does Moses make his coffee? He brews it. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. It's like sound for sound. Man. I think I need to write that down in my head or something. I don't want to forget that one. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, very welcome, very welcome. For as far as Jeffrey's comment, I kind of like the construct of Setranese, because I actually have written a book, Cetra, Setchra, and it actually does contain 129 words. Um, it actually introduces a language, not just for saying hello or goodbye. Those kind of words are not in there. These are emotional experiences, equally enabling endless enlightened energy, being able to learn from the lessons of a mother from one's past and being able to change the current state of things because, well, we saw a solution used in the past that we did and we can use this in the future. And being aware of emotions is very important because, at least for this language, is because every single word conveys an emotional attachment, emotional reality to it, and that's what I feel every language that I at least try to unfold did not necessarily express words of how I'm feeling, of my emotional state of being. Words described things, physical substance. Words were lacking to describe what I was feeling while I was going through a spiritual experience. No, look, man, I was in high school and I knew this one dude. I smoked weed. Since I was 15 years old, I smoked weed. Fuck you, I smoked weed. And, uh, and so, like, I bought some weed from somebody at school, and, and there's this dude I didn't even know, and he comes up and he was asking somebody for weed or something, or he knew I had weed. I forget how it happened. Whatever the case, we're chatting. And I was like, well, if you want to grab yourself a pinch, you could grab it at the bottom of my backpack. But if you get busted, that's your bag, not mine. And so, and so the dude, like, he reached in, grabbed himself a little pinch, and boom, boom. I didn't know it, but this particular dude, he was like, I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it. But all I had to do was stick out my hand and he would have dropped as much acid as I wanted. He would have put a goddamn mountain in it if I wanted. This dude's hookup was insane. But I didn't know it. I wasn't into that stuff. I never asked once. I was aware that it was there, but I didn't care for it. I wasn't interested in it. I like my brain. I want to use my brain. And I found other ways to meditate. I found other ways to access. I've tried LSD once. I did wind up trying acid once. I don't like them. They heat my brain up. They literally heat my brain. The temperature literally goes up. And if you know anything about fucking the human anatomy or the brain, which I suck at human anatomy, but I know enough about the fucking brain that if you heat it up enough, you can permanently fry the fucking thing. So I ain't into that shit. And when I did it, I had a big old block of cheese in the freezer. I did. I don't know how we had this huge old block of cheese, but we did. And just never fucking ate it.
and my head's heating up. I took this cheese, I put it on top of my head, frozen block of cheese. I put it on my head, and it just starts molding to the top of my head. And I'm sitting there, and I feel so good because now my head, it won't overheat. I know that. I'm cooling it down externally with solid fucking cold. And then I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about the football, and I'm like, cheese heads. It made me think a thing or two. I thought it was funny, but no, I'm not into that stuff. I really like to keep my brain intact. I like to build that muscle. I want connections to occur. Anyways, but if you do want a free copy of my book, it is published. It is available on Amazon.com. But if you want a free copy, you shoot me an email, and I'll just shoot you a free copy, free PDF copy right back. Thanks, James. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm with you on that one for a second. Like, I was, yeah, I was able to recover from it. I put on Santa Claus for visuals, and I put on Mozart for Beethoven. I think it was Beethoven, one of them, and put on them for my ears, and instantly things turned better. So really, knowing what kind of energy you're working with, you can change your state of being regardless of where you are. It's, what are my thoughts on AI? Um, there's a lot of shit up in there right now. That's a fact. There's a whole lot of shit out there, and I've been focusing on organic life. That's my specialty. That's my field of study is organic life. I don't know how to create one of these things. I don't understand I understand the science to create it, but I by no means could go grab the materials from nature and craft this myself. So if I'm gonna talk or help or speak with somebody, it's gonna be on a level where I could be like, you can do this yourself. Here's how to do it. Here's dot 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 dot. Um, well, we all gonna find out together. I'll say that much. Dude, fresh cannabis. Said I wanted to send a special blessing your way today. Salve varvantu surtirna salve saltu nera Maria salve patrani pasiantu ma casti durkar barg barvet. Now my oh my god that's making me think of I pulled them up. Thank you for that blessing. Thank you. Um, it made me think of Nyarasima. Nyarasima is like this lion
and his story is pretty fascinating. Um, Shit, why don't I just kind of bring it up? Yeah. Thank you for that. Let's see if I can. I'm gonna screenshot that because I can look that up. Okay, this is just on the shorthand. I'm not going into crazy reading at all. Narasimha is the fourth and fiercest avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu, depicted as a half man, half lion. He incarnated to slay the tyrannical demon king Hiranyakashipu, who mistakenly believed a divine boon made him invincible. Hiranyakashipu obtained a boon from Brahma that prevented him from being killed by man or beast, inside or outside, during the day or night, or by any weapon. To bypass these conditions, Vishnu manifested as a man lion and tore the demon apart at the palace threshold at twilight using only his claws. You can dive deeper into this. There's a few different temples. Anyways, check this out. This is what Narasimha looks like. Look, this is some fierce shit. Remember that demon, right? That demon that was like fucking shit up? Narasimha comes in, kicks it. Look, this might be more than. But check this shit out. He's like, fuck that shit. I'm gonna take it out. Got the kid right next to him, practically. While he's taking that thing out. It's alright, kiddos. I got this fucker taken care of. Vishnu, man. And see, that's the thing. Like, okay, like Western culture has so much to be entertained by. Okay, there's it's talking about entertainment. Okay, Western culture has so much, and there's a lot of people. They're into that Japanese culture a whole lot, man. The manga, the anime, and all of that, man. That goes deep. It runs deep. There's so much truth in all of that, and we tend to explore that culture. I don't see anything wrong with that. But then you start exploring other cultures, and when it looks religious, oh my goodness, you went too far, right? I'll tell you what I got a big beef with. When people tell me to slow down and people tell me to stop, I'm not running outside. I'm not chasing things. I'm not chasing after stuff I don't need or and so forth and so on. I'm not making these foolish things. I'm staying put. But I'm going to let my mind and my soul, I'm going to let that do all that it does. Because I have that love, I have that energy. I'm not going to restrain my spirit. That's what I will not do. I will not restrain my own soul. If I need to work, if I need to be, I'll do what I need to in a positive way and all that good stuff. But I think it's interesting when I hear from different people, whether it be online or whether it be in person, and people try to stop me from doing something that my heart loves and enjoys. There's one reality on the Oracle side where it's important not to be moving too fast, too far. And there are at particular moments of big importance to stop on the forward progress and to think about things. These moments do come up in life. But when you know, when I know what I'm doing, when I know the environment, when I can see what I see for what it is, and I've been around plenty of people that ignore that kind of stuff. We live two different lives, you and I. I don't, for them, if they were this close to something that I was touching, yeah, they'd be like, stop, yeah, you're going to lose it. Because they would. They're projecting. To understand when people are projecting their fears through very subtle ways, I've been very aware of this. They try to share all this fluff and good and yay, 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 and then they shove all this, run, you're be afraid, ooh, like what the fuck? I guess I can recognize religion no matter how it shows up to me. What do I mean by that? Religion's good at restricting you. It's really good at saying, don't be a kid, don't play with nature, don't go do what they said, only do what I tell you to do. I picked that up real quick. And that's when I just turned the other direction and continue wherever I was headed, even if I gotta take the long way around. Done that plenty in life, taking the long way around will actually prove quite quite miraculous. It's where the blessings are. It's where things can be set up on the divine path. When one is just taking a beeline from here to destination, from start to finish, and I ignore everything in the middle. It was the middle. Think about it. You eat in a sandwich, it's the middle. The bread is there, the tortilla, whatever components is there kind of holding it together. But the meat of the sandwich is in the middle. And I've learned that my destination can wind up changing because what I find to enjoy on that route in the path on the long way around, usually that was the spot. That was the person. That was the event. That was the information to pick up. And I would have missed it if I was just in a hurry to get somewhere. If I was just ignoring everything. Everything just irritated and made me angry. From here to there. Just everything in the middle just made me angry, upset. All of that. I would have missed the omens. I would have missed the revelation. I would have missed the connection with somebody else. I would have missed the beautiful sunset. I got home way earlier. I wouldn't have seen that nice sunset. On and on and on and on and on and on and on. It's not easy to follow your heart. But it's darn worth it. It is super, super darn worth that. I'll tell you what. It's interesting how I carry around a mentality where I see physical possessions, and what my mind goes down to, if I gotta go down to less than a backpack, I know what I'm taking. A lot of times we have many things, and they're good for entertainment. They're good to keep us going each day. They're good for support, whatever the case one wants to see it. But what's most important I've found is that which I handle, I work with every single day, and those things, it's like all my sayings and stuff. Like my most important stuff, I got it in here. I've lost things so many times. I got the most important stuff I need right there. That, let's go. I'll walk out with nothing and I'm gonna win. I don't care. I'm still gonna win. Found some real magical words in this world. Got some real power. And draws the correct beings around you, the correct energies. When those energies come around you, guess what? A spirit is not different than a human. People are like, oh, people are vampires, ooh, they suck up energy, right? Everybody sucks up energy. If you ain't creating energy, then you're going to be drinking energy from something. Shoot, you walk outside, you're going to be drinking the energy from the sun. It was out. You took it. You used it. It made vitamin D for your body. Felt great. Felt better. We absorb energy as spirit, soul, vibration, frequency. When I started connecting with the divine family, I started letting them drink from my energy because I'm always producing. I'm always producing. I got plenty of pain in my past. It's going to give me plenty of energy to transform into good and have plenty of overflow energy, anyways. That's without trying. That's just sitting there doing nothing. So, as I brought the divines closer to me, as I pushed away by withdrawing from the wrong individuals in the physical world, by removing myself from the wrong types of entertainment in the world, and by speaking correct blessings, words that are going to connect me with a resonance of energy, words of power, Sanskrit, old language. Then I surrounded myself with divine presence, and they eat, drink, consume that energy. It's just like any human would. I got plenty. I got plenty. I've even had somebody have a vision of it happening too. Surprisingly enough, I wasn't even thinking about that when I started talking about this, but they did. And essentially, I'd be filling this long basin up for them to drink from, or whatever the case. I fill it up, and then it'd be instantly empty. And then I come back, I fill it up again. And as soon as it get filled up, empty. I fill it up again, and just kept repeating. And they helped me connect with the correct people in this world without ever having met them, without ever having been in the same room, to be able to share blessings, because it's the divine father and mother, it's the entire family of creation that is connected. I think that's pretty darn special, and that's what they've showed me. That's what they've helped me learn. I've said it before, I'll say it again. As much as I've delved into the spirit and the shamanic realm and world and connection of things, they've constantly redirected and reminded me how important that my fellow human is. The living are here right now. You can talk with, you can fix things, you can change things, you could lay things bare and just let them be as they are. But when somebody passes on, unless your heart was connected with them, you're not likely to hear too much from them. But if your heart was connected with them, shoot, they'll talk to you in the weather and the clouds, through people and everything else to let you know they're still around. XYZ, you're asking, but in what you guys believe, how is that culture called? Or um, if I'm hearing you correctly, essentially for me, I don't prescribe to one religion. I recognize that there is a divine father and there is a divine mother in this universe, and there are many individuals in the past that have ascended from human and on. Whether you want to consider the divine family complete immaterial angels, or you want to consider them ETs and ships, I don't care. But I know that there's another consciousness out there that I connect with, many others that I connect with. I know some are very directly linked with human, and many are completely linked with some other body I ain't seen with my two eyes. And in my life, to learn about my brothers and sisters who have ascended, who have done the good thing, who have done the divine path, who have followed it through and through, and to learn from them. They're not mythologies, they're not fake stories, they're lessons. It's what somebody accomplished, it's what somebody did. The world was overrun by a demon. Holy shit, I think I know what that's like. How about you? Few of them, actually. Few of them. We could look back quite the many years and see how our world has not been run by any divinity. It's been run by tyranny. I think that's very clear. Behind the scenes, when you really look at all the shit, yeah, somebody gets power hungry. And everything changed now. And so I read stories of the past times of our world where somebody showed up and they brought in divine law. They said this is injustice. This is wrong. People are being hurt and killed, and no one's standing up for the good. They're just being slaughtered. Somebody stood up and somebody put a fucking end to that. And whether that was a group of people, like we're learning about Vishnu, he has many avatars, he has many different incarnations of being. Narasimha is one of them, half lion, half man. Is this another person that had to be
to create who Vishnu was? Is the construct of Vishnu so great that it took 10 men or 10 individuals to embody him? That's a cosmic lesson I'm going to take to the bank. I'm going to take that, folks. I want to learn this one. Is it real? Yeah? Oh, shit. All right, let's learn the 10 different men and lives they lived to conquer evil and bring in some love and prosperity to the world. Let me learn after them, because as far as I'm concerned, looking at our current fucking place and shit, there aren't too many heroes in our world. There's a bunch of motherfucking villains, if you ask me. That's the way it's been, primarily. Medieval history and before. It's the greedy that get to the top. And if you got greed in you, well, then there's lust and there's some other things. And that's all of those. Last time I checked, those were called deadly sins. Deadly sins. They cause death. So that person at the top is going to cause death. Ultimately, is going to cause an ending to things. They're not going to create a future. Not one that's stable and sustainable indefinitely. Look at our world. Look at what we're doing to it. A lot of people focus on, we're heating the planet up, blah blah blah, and that. Well, okay, sure, I ain't dismissing. We definitely contribute into that shit, absolutely. One of my big concerns is our drilling, our literally destroying of the earth itself, and taking apart the landmass, essentially creating massive voids, sucking water out, sucking oil out. All this place that was filled with this energy. I know on a science level that they know the specifics, but I fucking know at my level that a liquid has a vibration. That vibration is going to create other things with its environment. There's an interaction. And what do? We sucked out the oil and we sucked out the water. And now the world's going through all these earthquakes and all this other shit's going on. And they're like, oh, we're heating the planet up. Stop drilling, motherfuckers. You're going to fracture the whole goddamn thing. But hey, I'm not one to go out there with a picket sign. I'm not one to rally some protest. I can't challenge the world. My direction was be no part of the world. That's one of my core values. I'm not part of the fucking world. I'm not part of whatever that fucking shit is going on and everything they got going. I'm not that. That's not me. I don't know how to do that. I don't live in that world. I don't live in that world. I'm connected. I got values elsewhere. I got higher priorities elsewhere. I shifted my mind on what I choose to value because I read and I saw the results of what chasing money looks like. And chasing money, when you get it, well, then you can say, I'm going to take you to court and take your kids. Well, I got more money, so I'm going to buy everything so you have nothing. Yep, nothing else at the store. I bought it all. Fucking South. Stocks and all that shit. Look at it. Did it create? No, it gave you, it said you could do anything you want. You get this little ticket, and now you could buy anything you want. For my particular choice of life, I'm here. I'm going to learn about this, and then I'm going to learn about this. I'm going to learn about this. I'll learn about this. I'm going to put all that shit together too and see what that makes and understand where those all came. I'm going to see the whole fucking picture. I'm going to put all the dots together. I'm going to see the picture. I'm going to go, oh, that's what I'm fucking with.
Okay. Let me start working with it. Let me start building something with it. I'm not interested in shortcuts. My mom, when I grew up, she said, "Don't you take that shortcut. Don't you walk through the fucking alleyway. Don't you go back behind them. Don't you go back that way." Yeah, I do it anyways. Yeah, who cares? I'm gonna do what I want to do. My mom, she got home early one day from work. She was not, whatever the case, I don't know what the fuck happened. She came home early from work and she forgot her house key. And she walked or rode, drove the car looking for me or whatever because I should have been home. And guess where she found me? Walking in the back alley, taking the shortcut. I ain't ever taken a shortcut after that. I might cut a corner. Fuck yeah, I'll cut a corner. Why not? Sometimes I'll go around the whole corner, depending how I'm feeling, how things are looking. But I ain't taking no shortcut. That was the last time I ever took a shortcut. She taught me, don't take no motherfucking shortcut in life. Shortcuts aren't going to get you nothing. You're going to get a quick reward, and you're going to get a whole lot of problems you never knew were there. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. If you build, if you learn, if you develop towards something, and whatever you're working on breaks, falls apart, doesn't work, guess what? The the last level of foundation, that's where you're going to hit. But when you take the shortcut and you just have what you have and then you lose it, you fall all the way to the bottom. It's a crash, it's an implosion, it's damage. We got damage control now. We are fucked mentally, emotionally, which translates into our very life of how we treat our coworkers, our friends, our family, our relatives, and we can easily, and nobody wants to do one bad thing, and nobody wants to fucking have anything to do with you anymore. Maybe you've done enough bad things in the past. You're trying to do the right thing, you do the wrong thing. Fuck who's the last fucking thing. They never want to have anything to do with you again. I see the loss of a friend or the moving on of life to another area for to meet new people. I see I don't see loss as a bad thing. I see it's a state of growth. The reason why that person took something personal or couldn't come back from what you said was because you mentally and emotionally grew beyond them. And you're trying to find a path through all of that. So you're going to mention what's on your mind and in your heart. And that's going to pop out. And they're not going to think of who you are. They're not going to hear what you've actually said. They're going to interpret it as projection. They're going to put their emotions and decisions in you, apply your words, and now they see something evil happening. You weren't talking about anything evil. You weren't thinking anything evil. There was no bad. There was let alone evil going on in what was being spoken. But that's because you elevated, you grew, and so that old friend, you're beyond that way of thinking. You have risen on your path of Jacob's ladder. You've risen on that path of your ascension so that you could access a new friend, a new environment, new people to be able to talk with in which they're not going to downplay what you say. They will, at the bare minimum, respect it and be like, whoa, you know what? I've had an experience, not exactly the same. And then they'll share something of theirs. And then you'll have some, they'll have some. You toss that ball back and forth. That's that energy. Now we're resonating
energy. We're resonating in coherence between us. Our souls, our energies, our heart, our vibration are creating a single rhythm. And this is why in that book, it says, where two or three are gathered, there I am. There is no motherfucking or more. The word more is not the fucking there. Or more is not the fucking there. Originally, it's not the fucking, it's not there. Go look it up. Go look it up. Pull it up. It says two or three, because when you start getting too many, you, your vibration can start to get off. It can start to lose coherence. Now, that book, Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth, that's what he only wrote. He only left you. He only left you basic instructions before leaving Earth. That's at the start. That's why when we develop our coherence, when we develop our rhythm, and we wind up working with others, our numbers can actually start to grow and develop, because that synchronicity, it's not diversity, it's synchronicity. It's synchronicity because we found each other. And I believe that's the biggest thing of these, getting back to being tribal. Yes, I said tribal, is finding your group, finding your energetical group, finding those who resonate with you. Just because somebody doesn't resonate with you doesn't mean they're the bad guy. It doesn't mean that they're not good. It doesn't mean they're all the villain all of a sudden. They don't have to be the arch enemy in your story. They're just doing something different. It's acceptable. Hopefully it's not hurting the planet. Hopefully it's not hurting anybody. If it's hurting somebody, I think we need to all kind of look over and be like, yo, I think we all need to let you know how outnumbered you are and what you're doing. That shit's wrong. You ain't getting the lesson? Who wants to be mama? Bend them over the goddamn knee and spank them. I don't give a fuck what they were wearing or look like or their age. And 80 years old. You need your ass whooped. Shit, maybe you'll like it and you fucking learn some new thing you're into and your life will get better. I don't fucking know. Take a goddamn chance. Who knows? Shit. I knew this one lady once, and she had this like, I forget if it was like a whip or a paddle, you know, it's one of those like kind of things. And I was like, smack my ass. And she'd hit, but you know, like she'd come forward and then she'd stop right there. And I'm like, I couldn't understand. Like, I thought you were someone else. Like, we've had some conversations already. Like, and and I literally have to take it out around. Like, you go all the way to the ground. You don't fucking stop. Your hand just goes fucking. It keeps going. You don't fucking stop. Fucking hit me. So she finally did. So thank you. I stood up. Thank you. It's funny how many people got a bunch of pin-up rage and they don't even know how to express it. They don't even know how to work their own goddamn body with their own emotions, because they've been restricted, they've been controlled, they've been mentally manipulated and morally fucked. People really need a bunch of good love in life. Some people haven't understood the value of the love that they do have in their life. So they ruin what they have. They don't even know. They don't even see. Hey, I've been there. I've been there. Done it.
done it. We we lived through that. And at least for myself, when I could see past that, when I could get past that base behavior of being, of acting, of living, and that's another thing that helped me slow down in my reactions with people. I can have a reaction all by myself. I could scream at the top of my lungs all by myself. I could run or build or I can do whatever. I could work that energy out of myself. Nobody else needs to be around when that happens. I've gotten to the point where most of the time I don't need to do that at all. Last time I needed to do that, I can't remember. I went through spiritual stuff, but it's not the same. It's not not the same. It's been long enough. So long I can't remember the last time, and I think that's a darn good thing. That's a good darn reality. That's for sure. But that's what vigilance is. Is it's staying on top of something. It's keeping aware of something. And I noticed when I allowed myself to be in negative environments, those ways, if I'm forced to be in there, it's like torture to me. It's like emotional torture. And I'll do whatever I need to run away or get away and get to peace, get to calm. I've learned to avoid those things in life pretty darn heavily. But I know that no matter how much I've avoided in the past, stuff will still come at me in the future. This world is relentless and it's not going to give up. It's not going to slow down. I know that much. What's up, Shady? There's a comment a while back. He's probably not here. What's up, Esoteric Doll? And that's really what it is in our world is a lot of balance. It's just a lot of balance. We got way too much of one thing, so we need a bunch of goodness. Need a bunch of happiness. But not something that's just passing, not just a show, not something somebody has to pay to go to see. It's one of the biggest realities that I woke up to a long time ago, way before they were like fake news and all of, way before that, years before that. I would notice on the news that they would say certain things about people, groups of people, the way people protest or whatever the case, or you know how rumors go around and you just get this kind of sense. But where I grew up, there was a little bit of, there was everybody. Like, everybody's my friend. Like, I'm gonna go walk around anywhere. Screw what they're saying, whatever kind of fear they're saying, or I didn't put it like fear, but I was like, I found that people were a lot nicer. People were a lot nicer than made out to be. People were kind. People have loving hearts. It's a few, it's a small portion of humanity that's actually causing problems in our world. That's actually trying to get people to be against each other. They have to work. Think about it. They have to work so as to divide people against themselves, to pit mother against child, just like that old book would say. Because naturally, we're going to come together. Naturally, we're going to remember how connected we are. Naturally, we're going to remember how to rub a couple sticks together and make a goddamn fire our damn selves. I'm not saying you need to do that for the rest of your life. I'm just saying. Focusing on the love of each other for me is what I've done throughout my life. I know if people could see things clearly and completely, they would understand. I can't control other people's brains. I can help reprogram if you would like, but if you don't like, then it doesn't matter what I do, it's not going to have an effect on you. All I can do is just continue to be my vibration and hopefully send you some positive butterfly effects in your life. Send you some blessings. Things get smoother for you. That's what I know I can do. I can just let my vibration exist and not be torn down. We encourage each other, we build each other up, we help each other in so many ways. And I find that the worst comes out of us humans when our family is threatened, when our family is hungry, or when our family is about to be homeless. That's when the worst aspects of a man or a woman come out in life. And I think that's so foolish that those are reasons that exist. To the kindness in this world, I don't know, I envision some billionaire and they fucking go out and the whole goddamn neighborhood, they just pay off all their houses so nobody owes rent on it. Everybody can just live and like not have to worry about losing their house or something. I don't know, goes and just feeds the whole fucking neighborhood or something. I don't know, create something sustainable so invests in a fucking neighborhood garden that produces food so people don't have to go to the goddamn supermarket every day or something. I don't know. But I imagine things better than what they are. Better than destroying our world to create some technological advancement. I think we're beyond that. I mean, do we not have enough metal already? Don't we have enough of the stuff that we pulled out already? Or are we that wasteful that it just all went into a landfill and it's sitting and gooping and we gotta wait how many years for it to turn back to what the fuck's happening to the garbage that we're just burying in the ground, that we're just fucking pulling oil out, transforming it into a solid, and then just burying it as a solid? What the fuck? Right, we're there together. That's I guess that's why I'm a bit of a minimalist. I don't know if that's the correct word or how that word is used or whatnot, but usually if I have a few bucks and I'm gonna go get something at the store, I'll sit around for 2 weeks convincing myself not to get it. Yeah, like, yeah, I don't need it. Yeah, I don't. No, just forget about it. I'll never go get it. I can't change other people's habits, but I can change my path. won't comment, but it was freaking funny. Uh, there's a lot of traps to fall into, and this involves entanglement. If you fall into the trap, you psychologically, you're soulfully, you get entangled. I'm from Texas, man. Lassos and hurting and that kind of thing is just fucking in my blood. I don't know how to say it any different. And if I'm going to entangle something, fuck, I'll throw a line out and get a hold of what I'm going to entangle with. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be very direct with that. I'm going to entangle on purpose. There's something I want to draw to me. There's something that wants me to draw to them. Whatever the case, whatever the situation. But I'm not one for falling into traps or entangling with something like a porcupine. I saw this one video. It's lioness or cheetah or I don't know, it was some type of predator, and it was fucking with a porcupine. And it keeps screwing. It gets shot in the nose. It goes back, tries to mess with it again. Two porcupines just munching out on the ground. And this thing keeps coming over and hitting, swatting, trying to eat it or something, man. It just keeps getting stuck with more quills. And the porcupines never ran away once. They just walked around as they did. you know, sharp objects are not the thing to really get too entangled with. And the soul can reformulate into any object that they want to be. Truly can transform. We are master alchemists. That's why being aware of one's circumstances, people can treat you good every single day, and then a switch can be turned and the behavior is just negative. Well, thanks for all the good memories, but I didn't sign up for negative ones, so I'm out. It's that simple. I know when to let that line go. Shoot, sometimes shit, I gotta let go of my line. I gotta let go of my rope. I gotta let whatever it is go wherever it's going. Our time together is done, and that's something that's very hard to accept because most people want to do everything they can to hold on to something. That's called desperation, and that's called codependency, and that ain't nothing to sign up for. You a mom and son, mom and dad, son, it's one thing between that one that's never going to give up on you. I had a mom like that. Not everybody has a parent like that. Not everybody has someone like that in their life. And I had one that was like that in my life. Every single other person I've met in my whole existence, I turned my back long enough, and what I thought was, I didn't even think it. I didn't even think it. I just saw it. I just saw it. Spirit had me turn around at the right moment. I saw it. I fucking know. Good intention is a lot. It means a lot. But all the greatest intentions in the world doesn't mean that one has everything required to be successful with that project. Back in the day, you'd have the expression like, who fucking doesn't consider, I got this much money, that's going to cost that, that's going to cost that, that's okay, I could build that. I have enough to do that, then I can do that. But what do we deal with today? A whole, there are buildings around our world, skyscrapers, and they're completely, nobody's in them. Dilapidated, getting spray painted on. Why? Because they had investors and investors, investors. This happened, that happened. The investors put out the thing. They didn't have money. They did not have all the funds, and they started building. They didn't do all their research, and they got involved in a project, and now it's just a fuck. It's just an eyesore. Now it's just a hunk of junk. That was material in the world. That was a mountain. That was this. It was steel. It was fucking. And now it's just, eh, it's okay. That's what people, well, just whatever. So people are not too wise to pay attention to these days on a large spectrum of things. There are some wise ones. In order to find those ones, that's rather rare. People like to use the phrase common sense. It's not common. There's nothing common about it. It is rare. If I'm going to find somebody with any sense about themselves or the world or the environment and all reality of what we're living in, it's going to be rare. That is not going to be the average person I bump into. I've learned how to increase my odds of who I bump into. And that's by making it obvious and clear that other people can judge me. Because the people that judge, their actions are clear. And for everybody I've known that carried the living vibration of love, they were never a judge. They may have calculated, they may have miscalculated, but they never judged. That wasn't in the cards of love. Love didn't want to judge. And so those behaviors are very distinct. And it's very easy to pay attention to who to be drawn to, who to interact with, and who not to interact with. In those forms and in those formats, boom, boom, boom. Stay happy and stay on course. Esoteric tricks, magic tricks, shamanic tricks, paths of the journey. I talk about enough. Okay. This is why I'll let somebody lie to me, and I'll go along with their lie, and I won't call them on it from a different aspect than what I've mentioned before. That person wants to paint a particular reality. So for a moment in life, they're acting as a director. The director of a film is going to bring in the backdrop. They know what they want for the backdrop. They're going to have somebody set that up or whatever the case, how that works out. They know the props, it's going to be needed for the scene. They know the actor. You stand there. No, the camera's going to be right there. Is the X. See the X on the ground? That's where you stand. Okay, and okay, these are your lines. This is what you think and feel, and that's what you do. And this guy, and this is how you're thinking and feeling. That's what the director's doing. The director is painting the picture. They're setting the scene. They're guiding. They're directing what's going to happen. So I'll go along with somebody's lie. Go ahead and direct the show. What would you like to see? What would I like to learn? I don't know. We're going to find out. Let's find out together. They just never realized I'd never signed a contract. I never actually entangled. So I could walk away from their show, from their program, from what they were setting up at any moment. I could walk away. I had no fucking thing keeping me stuck there. Nothing. The emotions weren't real while they were real in the moment. But ultimately, I knew behind the scenes the whole time we're just playing a role, we're just playing along. And in order to play along, well, I'm just going to jump into a mindset and believe everything for a moment. I'm along for the car ride. And then when I'm not comfortable, when I don't like it, when I'm done, I'm out. And then I could care less what they're thinking or doing or anything else because I'm off to the next thing I'm learning about or the next mantra or the next book to read or whatever else I want to choose to put inside of my head so that it empowers my heart so that I got more fuel to live and be happy and at peace. Because if you've been here before, if you've remembered it or not, a pure state of peace, to be at peace, is more powerful than any magical spell. It is more powerful than anything that one could try to create in their life. Think about it. The person sending you negative energy, the person upset. I've had literal people perform spells against me. I've had literal groups. I've had covens, plural, try to work magical spells to stop me, impede me, hurt me, trick me up. But when I return to my state of peace, none of it sticks to me because my magnetism is at the polarization of peace. And the energy they're sending to me, no matter how it's been formulated or by who, it doesn't match me. It, there's no, it repels actually because they're two different poles of energy. So it just returns to sender. That's easy enough. I didn't even have to do nothing. I didn't have to light a candle. I didn't have to fucking say a spell. I didn't have to do shit. All I had to do was be at peace. They're upset. I'm not. I'm not entangled. When I match another person's vibration, that's when I entangle. I choose which vibration I'm going to embody at every moment of my day. If I need to shift, then I'm going to shift. If I'm doing good where I am, progressing as I am, I'm going to do as I am and progress as I am. And when I need to, then I'll, whatever the case. So many people won't say, oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, you do that too much. Oh, you do that too much. You. None of those opinions matter to me. None of those questions matter. None of those statements matter. Because they're not. It's not a friend. I could tell a friend. I've had a few best friends in my life. I know what a friend's like. I like hanging out with a friend. I know what an enemy is like. I know what someone who don't like me treats me like. I can see beyond the lie because the evidence speaks for itself. Good intentions are only intentions. Doesn't mean it's what one somebody can actually do. That helps me personally not put false expectations on anybody. I don't expect not expecting anybody to be here, do this or anything like that. I can build and I can grow and I can support. I can put all this energy into that direction, and until it lives, until I see it, well, that's a different story. But I'm gonna keep gardening. I'm gonna keep taking care of my garden. Keep taking care of that portion of Eden. I'm gonna keep working regardless. The world's at a massive state in shift. I'm really interested to see what our world looks like in 5 years' time. I'm curious what types of decisions are going to be made, whether society is going to move in the direction that we are, or whether they're going to actually see the prophecies and see the state of our planet and make some, albeit if they need to be, drastic damn changes to the way we've been living. Because I do see life ahead. I do see us making it. I do see a continuance. But how we treat each other every single day behind the scenes, behind everything that's happening on a secular level for money and the production and all of that, but how we actually treat each other from the bottom to the top, that matters. That's something that matters to me. And I think it's amazing that we've made it this far already. So we've done some good. We've done a lot of good on this world. But we can do more good. We can do more better. Somebody was like, "Why is there no gift box?" I've not monetized my channel. I have a GoFundMe connected to my main page, so if you click my picture, it'll have my GoFundMe there. Um, but once once you monetize, there's other things that wind up popping up. There's different attachments. There's a different process of things going on, and I at least up to this point, I'm not interested in it. If this path can continue, and I can come on and keep giving out doing the blessings and sharing, and this is the path or whatever it leads to next, then groovy. But then I'm just not joining everybody else's game, if you will. This isn't about a reward system for me per se. Um, Homeless or not, I think what are we in July? Been about 7 months. 7 months I've had a roof over my head consecutively at the same residence because of donations. And so I've been able to come live each and every day and share and do what I do. Um, and so other than that, uh, either the world cares or they don't. And that's how I just live my life everywhere I go. If a community doesn't want me, then I'm not going to be supported. And I don't need to depend on one person, and I don't need to depend on 10 people, but there's something called interdependence. And it's where a community is going to thrive much more successfully than a single person. And I was taught from a young age, and I have reinforced throughout my life to value another person beyond a dollar. And So I tend not to think about those things. Those things are in the background. I'm not. That's. I want to connect with somebody alive. Like my mom was my best friend, and she passed away. She passed away at the age of 56, and I had two daughters at the time. They've passed away since as well. Uh, my wife left me before they passed away. Uh, she wanted them, so okay. I'm I don't care to fight in this world. I don't. On a magical level, shit, I'll let that shit fly. Oh my god, I'll let the lion roar all it wants. I'll fucking dom that scene every single fucking moment of my life. But physically, in this world, it's their system, it's their way, it's their backhanded deals and shit. I'm just a fucking nobody in their world. I get that enough. I understand that. And so I've learned that when I'm within a community, if I'm supported, I'm wanted. If I'm not supported, I'm not wanted. It's pretty clear. And sometimes that community, I was mentioning this yesterday, the people at the top, they want me there. But they won't say it. They won't say it. Because then they know they make the people angry. So then there's always this conflict of the energy when I walk in after that kind of a thing happens. And that's when I just stop going. It's time to move on somewhere else. And it's actually pretty interesting. Because in that old book, that dude, the dude, I like to call him the dude, there is a scripture, and it is in there. And he said, I came to divide, like I came to separate. And there's a scripture in there, I'm telling you. It says, you want to follow me, you gotta hate. Yeah, he uses it's in there. You gotta hate your mom, you gotta hate your dad, you gotta hate blah 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 blah. You can't be following anybody in the world, is what he's saying. If they stuck in the world, follow. If they're in the world, you can't be following that. You want to follow divinity. If you want to follow that connection inside of yourself to the stars, that is not a path that you follow man on. Money doesn't buy you heaven. It buys you a good house, buys you food. So I still think that's fucked up, buying food. I still think that's fucked up. You could be born on this world, but if you ain't got anybody to give you food, you're fucked. If you ain't got somebody who's gonna put a roof over your head, you're fucked from the start. If you happen to be born by somebody that don't give a fuck about you, you're fucked. I mean, like, what we got baby jobs now? What the fuck's going on with our world? Seriously, seriously, seriously. Go raise taxes to build highways, but not for a community fucking garden that's gonna feed people. Maybe like 10 community gardens that feeds like 10 neighborhoods or something. No, maybe one day in the future. That'd be nice. You know, I kind of dislike to say it, but I gotta agree with the Aya, the Coco Jumbo. Radical self reliance is a principle. It's what I've been doing. It's what I've been doing, man. Like you see it, you see it, like you know it. Yeah, and this is this. It's the reality, And that radical self-reliance is going to help you trust in who you are. You're going to be able to know when you feel good about something, when you don't feel good about something. You're going to know when this is an idea that you've had versus somebody else putting the idea in there. You're going to know when this is your heart pounding forth, not just love for somebody, but a passion in life that you're drawn to do or pursue. And that radical self reliance winds up turning into divine team, divine alliance, because you start seeing some miracles pop off in the world. You start seeing some omens happen before your very eyes. You start noticing some different things. The path opens up. Before I really walked the spirit path, even though I drove there, I drove to get there, but you gotta start walking and you can't drive. I don't count. I'm just sharing my own course, my own path. That's it. I had to walk. I had to take my physical walk. And I parked my car off and I tossed the keys out into the woods and I walked on. That's what I did. I'm not telling you to do that. I am not telling you. I had I had low jack. We had low jack on the car, so the car could be found, and so essentially it got back. It got back to. It was under my name and my ex's name, so she got the car back. So I went back to her. That was no worries. But that walk changed everything for me. It helped me live in worlds I never thought I'd be able to be in. Helped me experience things I never thought I'd experience on a positive level. Shit. But my life has been full, that much is a fact. And the more that the Spirit walked with me, the more that the Divine showed me their presence, the more that I learned that they can exist within anybody. And so that person matters. They're still worth something. It doesn't matter who it is, it doesn't matter what the job, they're worth something. They have a purpose, they have a meaning, and that kind of value is important. It's important in a world where all that is present is money. Why does mom and dad go to work every day? Because if they can afford enough money, then you, as a child, can have a roof over your head and food in your stomach, be able to make it to school, they can afford your car, they could do this. So they're working every single day to take care of you, yes, themselves too, keep a roof over themselves for you too, and working extra hard for all of them. They don't have time to be that mom or dad. They haven't spent every single day 8 hours a day, some 12-hour days back to back to back being mom or dad. They've spent that going to work and doing what they need to provide what they can for whatever it is for this is for life, what they've grown up with. It's a reality. So it doesn't matter my perspective or my course. I still respect others and where they are and what they're doing with their life. It's still important. It's still valuable. Some people they tear apart at their own value. Some people they like to tear apart other people's value. And that's not my group of people. That's not my family. That's not what I stick around for. It's just me. I your peace matters. Your comfort, your contentment, your satisfaction in life matters. Because usually it's the small things that mean the most. I've hung out with people and I've worked for people, both accounts, and I want to go get a cup of coffee for myself, or I want to go use the bathroom real quick, or I need to go do something that's going to take care of a basic need, a basic fucking need for me. And the person demands my time. If I leave at any moment without their express consent and awareness, there's some kickback I get from that. And when somebody is that restrictive on my time where I can't take care of one of my basic needs, that tells me I got to get out of this one. Because when those basic needs aren't met, that's when I start getting frustrated. That's when I start getting uneasy. That's like, dude, I should be able to relieve myself. I should be able to go grab myself a cup of coffee. And if I got coffee and water, whatever the case, you know what I'm saying? Some people have the mentality. I used to have the mentality. I don't think I ever had that mentality. But yeah, I guess I did. I was there at one point, and I would put myself last. I wouldn't use the bathroom. I wouldn't go get that drink or that candy or whatever it was that my basic need was, and I'd put myself last just so they could be comfortable, keep talking or keep telling me what to do or keep saying what I've done wrong. You ever been around that person? They just drilling negativity to you. Yeah, not yeah. I did that too much. I don't even care to be nice. I don't give a fuck what they think. I don't care if they hate me and go around and tell everybody I know that I'm an evil person. Go on. I I ain't hanging around that one. Nope. And anybody that believes what they had to say, hmm, well, go on. Because you would treat me the same way that guy treated me too. So go on. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to the original one that did that too. The only way I could get to that understanding is putting my mind in a scope of some being going and telling another group of people, hey, he's evil. I mean, how, that's such a fallible story. The premise of it, all powerful, omniscient, can do anything, knows everything, and then like when he's looking for Adam in the garden, he's like, "Where are you, Adam?" He can't even fucking find him. Okay, so he's not omniscient. That one's out. And when like Lucifer or Satan or whoever you see him as goes and tells other angels a bunch of lies, we have these divine beings who are all fucking perfect too, and they believe a lie. So all this happens behind God's back. You didn't know the shit was going down. And you're just like, oh, what the fuck? All this, they're believing other things about me. What's going on? No proof of it. What the fuck? They put on some 3D fucking spirit show for them or something and be like, ooh, look, that's what God did. He turned evil. What the fuck? Really? I, I just, my brain can't wrap itself around that story. I can't hold, it doesn't hold weight. It doesn't hold merit. If I put it under the scope of a fucking microscope, I put it under the microscope, that's not what I see. I don't see that. I see a being that's love created a bunch of other beings that are not what exactly what I am. And all I'm going to talk about is love and how to be nice and kind and avoid. So you got to have somebody else out there who's going to offer something else
Because if everybody's just listening to me, then shit, everybody's just gonna be like me. I didn't create fucking angels and all this stuff just to be surrounded by myself. I wanted some variety. So I got this big old, I got my first man, the one that's the brightest man. That first one I created, I gave him all the abilities I can't do, and lie and tell stories and all sorts of shit. I'm all love. I ain't gonna do that bad stuff. So I can create someone else that can, and I'm gonna call him in and I'm gonna be like, yo, look, this is where we're at, okay? I need you to go out there, Lucifer, and spread a lie about me. And Lucifer's like, no, I can't do that, Dad. No way, no way. And God's like, yo, chill out. There's a plan. He's like, all right, I'm listening. What's up? God's like, all right, son, you go out there and tell a lie about me. And they're going to believe you. I'm going to play along with it. Yeah. I'm good at going along with what other people choose sometimes. So I'll play along. And a lot of people are going to leave. A lot of angels are going to go away. They're going to transform because love wasn't truly their choice of life. They wanted to do something else, and that's why I created them with different interests, different abilities, different things, so they could do something different than what I'm doing. But there's going to be a small group that hangs out afterwards, and they're not going to leave because love is truly in them. Love is what they want. So when everybody's gone that don't really want to stick around, who's not really into the shit that I'm in, and we just got our small group together, that's when we're going to really mention the plan and we're going to start executing some pretty awesome shit, alright? Lucifer's like, but I want to get freaking lost in all of that bad stuff, Dad. Like, how are you going to get me back? And Dad's like, that's one of my specialties. I got you, son. Don't worry about it. Lucifer's like, all right. Boom, transforms into Satan. It's just all part of the plan, folks. Are you omniscient and omnipowerful? If you got to go around and clean up things like error, sin, error, 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 error. If you a bad programmer and you're trying to program some computer language and you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna get error, error, error. Because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And you're gonna have to go back and rewrite and work on it. And you're gonna have iPhone 1 and iPhone 20 and iPhone 97 until you get all the fucking goddamn kinks worked out. Because you didn't know your shit when you made it the first time. You were working as a work on progress. It's like when I read my mantras, when I go over my stuff, sometimes I skip up, sometimes I mess up, sometimes I go real slow. It's still a work in progress. It ain't perfected yet. This is gonna take 40 years of my life to perfect. It's a work in progress. You telling me the omnipotent, all seeing, all motherfucking something can create a bunch of errors and problems? I don't know. My dad's pretty on point with stuff, and so is my mama. It's humans that mess their plans up last time I checked. Uh, what's a esoteric though? I love it, appreciate it. Oh, I would do 100 years for terrorist mission. Aya the Coco Jumbo, you bring up something I'd like to share.
And I appreciate the comment, Esoteric Doll, on the Real Spit comment. I appreciate that. And the vibe going through that, that's big right there. That's what it's about. Um, so there's this at the beginning of my spiritual journey, before I claimed to be a shaman or anything of the sort. And I did go to a Hindu temple, and I was publicly declared a shaman. 2023, January 1st. That did happen. That was real. And, anyways, um, but before I started my path, what I saw with Mother Earth, what I saw with Terra, what I saw with Gaia was that she gave up. How could I see that? Because I looked at myself when I gave up, and I looked at others when they gave up. When somebody truly gives up, they stop working, they stop eating. Their body just eventually dies because they gave up on life. You could equate it, if you wanted to, I don't like to, but you could equate it to a couple of people being together for 80 years of life, and then one dies, and within a week, within 7 days, the next one dies. It wasn't because they were sick, it's because they gave up. They didn't want to be here alone. They gave up. They chose to stop. And I saw our planet dying as if it just gave up. Still moving, still living, still kicking, but just gave up. That's what I saw. That's what I felt. And I was like, man, I gotta scream so loud that mama hears me. I gotta scream. I gotta pray so fucking loud. Like, you got somebody in your corner. What the fuck do I got to do? What do I got to do? Somebody, some human on this fucking world will give up their fucking life and will do whatever the fuck you need. Like, you got somebody in your corner, mama. Tara, Gaia, I fucking love you. I'll scream for you. You tell me where to go, I'll go. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. And somewhere along my journey, she responded to me quite directly and consistently to let me know she got my call. She heard my message. She felt that energy. And she said, what the fuck? Somebody cares? Well, all right. Here's where we start. And I said, let's go. And there's a lot of other people in this world that feel the exact same way. And so for me, it's not just my energy. This ain't about me. This is about truly saving our planet, and the only way we can save our planet is if we come together as humans on this world. Ants can create a bridge with their own bodies over water, over distance, over gap, because they're unified, they're united in their purpose. Everybody's provided for. Have you ever heard of a homeless ant? Not a concept you'd ever think of. Can't ever think I'd thought of that before. Never thought of a homeless ant. You know, a little ant bite you, get your little red mark on you. Yeah. And yet humans, we have homeless humans. We could learn something from ants. We could learn something from the intelligence that's around us, not just their bodies, not just their abilities, not just copying their design so we can design something that flies better, communicates better, so we can take care of each other better, take care of each other easier. Ants ain't got no money system they're working with. How many other types of species have a colony of beings and everyone's taken care of? The whole herd's provided for. We're going to make sure and get to a water hole big enough where we all can drink. We're going to make sure and get to a field big enough where we all can eat. It doesn't matter if we had an extra kiddo born. Let's make sure we get there. They travel together because they recognize that they're alone in this world. And a lot of humans have such beautiful hearts. They go and they help those animals. They go and help those colonies. They go and help this and they help that. They make sure it survives, it doesn't go extinct. If only everybody had some type of feeling like that towards each other and we came together, how much we could help Gaia truly recover. I mean, don't you remember when the COVID that was going on? Remember the where they got the river going through their town, the water going through their town. The waters were polluted. They weren't looking good, and then just from us not doing anything with the world, they had fucking dolphins and shit in the rivers because nobody was in it, because we weren't adding pollution to it, because we actually said, you know what, let's give the earth a couple of days off. We had to have an whatever you want to call that. We had to have that happen to give the world a little break. Why can't we just do that naturally? Why can't we just like give the world a break? You know, every so often, just take a little moment off. Take a week off. Everybody just take a fucking week off. The world's going to be right there. All the technology is going to be right there. All your fucking money, everything's still going to be there. Let's just take a week off and let the world get a little bit better. It'll recover. It can do it. Gaia is that powerful. Her regenerative powers, oh God, they're powerful. But humans, we just don't know how to control our thirst of lust. More. Gotta have more. Gotta have more. Gotta have more. Companies running 24 hours a day just making stuff. All that energy, all for what? For a little knick-knack? Just give the world a break every so often. I want to talk to you about dragons. I'm going to shift to dragons. I'm going to real shit about dragons, okay? When you see like these Egyptian beings with different heads, like we learned about Natasima earlier, half lion, half man, there are mantras, meditations, Zen states, and all sorts to where we can literally reprogram our brain. Whatever we've developed to can literally switch it with the correct words, with the correct frequencies in the meditation. A train, like, you can do it. You can do it. It's possible. It's fucking. I've done it. I've done it. I'm human. You poke me, I bleed. You look at my bones, they're bone. You got marrow in them. Fucking yeah, flesh. A dragon. Oh, God. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know where the hell it is in my notes. A dragon is a human that has drawn particular qualities from particular divine beings, and they've made one, they've given it the position of their head, another they've given a position of their hands, another they've given a position over over their whole body. They've literally given authority over their own flesh to higher divinities. And the only way you can do this is by having a personal relationship with each one of them. You cannot hold dragon energy just by being, oh, no, no, look what I could. Fuck, you want to have a different fucking life come hit you. So you establish these relationships with these different divine beings who are technically your family. And then you give each one a station over your body. And literally, you become a dragon because the combination of these divine energies the different activations in the chakra, the different DNA activations that actually occur. You have a lot of stuff in your DNA, in your blood, that if it was unlocked, holy shit, your whole life would change. You have to access it. You have to build. You have your mind, your heart, your resonance. It has to be able to contain high frequency. If you're vibrating at a low frequency, at complaint and this and blah blah blah, can't hold divine energy. It's not gonna fuck with that lower base shit. It don't do that. So that honor, that respect, that power, that family, that divinity literally guides your entire life. And you're able to keep your mind together. You're who I am, who I am. I know who the fuck I am. I know my memory. I wrote a fucking book on my life. I got my emotions. I see the world. Yeah, this happened. Yeah, that happened. I survived it, put my shit together, and fucking started walking. A dragon is very much something that your soul can become. We use the human world to design the upgrade of our soul. People want to make Earth heaven. It's a great place. We can make it look like heaven. We could treat each other like it's in heaven. We could help each other grow like it's heaven. And wasn't that the whole thing? Heaven on earth. What's in our heart and what's in our mind to bring forth into the whole world, to transform the world. If the past said be no part of the world, what if the world transforms onto a new level of love? We may need a new update. That's what I'd like. New update, new book, new standards, new way to treat each other, a new level to be. One in which a bully has no way to survive. Somebody who tears down others, they can't survive. Whatever that fucking book is, I want that book. Only good can actually grow and come forth. Yeah, mistakes happen. Yeah, there's this. Yeah, there's learning. Sure, that goes down, but that's not the. But the bully, the conqueror, the tyranny, that meanness doesn't have that. Let us evolve past that. That's each one of us. It's every single one of us. It's not one of us leading the charge. It's not one of us at the top saying, "Hey, we're all going to be like this." It takes everybody down to the family unit. And for those like myself that don't have a family, you don't have somebody that you have as a brother, you don't have somebody as a mom or a dad or son or cousin or uncle. You're pretty solo in life, physically. We know that that's not the case. We know that our souls are connected. We know that we hear each other's thoughts. We know that we pick up other people's energies, those that we're connected with. And when that happens, try to pay attention. When that happens, hey, there's been times I've been moved in my past and I didn't know who, I didn't know what, I didn't know where, but the wind was in that moment and it said, read some blessings. We need some blessings read. And I got out my stuff and went over my jam as I did in that moment. And those come up. I don't know exactly where, like I said, I don't know exactly who, but I know that somebody I'm connected to, someone with a good heart, was in a state of need, and shoot, I sent something. I sent some positive reinforcements their way, that's for sure. We pray for each other, do we not? That's sending energy so that somebody can actually overcome the circumstances they're in. If that wave of positive energy comes in and disperses a lower vibration, then they can have their lights turned on, have an epiphany moment, and get out of Dodge before they realized it was too late. Who knows? It's a wonderful thing about energy, though, because if we connect, if we're magnetically connected in the vibration that we are of love, then I can send positive energy, and when it gets to you, your soul, your spirit, your essence can reformulate that energy into whatever it is that you specifically need. Not what I thought was best, not whatever I thought would be the remedy. Oh, let me craft exactly this. This is going on with that person, so let me do this, do that, do that, do that. No, no. Let me just send the good energy. They know best. They won't take care of it best. They just needed some help. They just needed some extra juice, some extra sauce. Nice, Jason. Appreciate that. Both Jasons. Very cool. Very cool. Enjoy that drive, James. Um, I was I was mentioning it earlier, but Enchanted Healer, yes, I am a shaman. Interesting story on that. Um, I was going to a Hindu temple for uh, August, September, October, November, December. So about 4 or 5 months, roughly, about 4.5 months. I was going to this one particular Hindu temple, and it was January 1st, 2023, and I'm going to share the story as it is. And I walk in beginning of the day, and they're having a New Year's celebration, and they honor many different New Years. There's around the world, so but they honor that one as well. And so I went, and at the beginning of the day, as I walk in, other people are there. There's this little kid. So obviously it was his mom or dad or whoever, and I didn't look. I did not turn back around. I didn't give it any attention. I didn't build it up in my mind or nothing. But the little kid, I could hear him whisper. He goes, "That's a god. That's a god." Said it twice. And then at the end of the day, suns went down. Everything's already happened. Last ceremony's about to kick off for the day's events and whatnot. And the owner of the temple comes out, and he's giving a talk, or he's sharing, I don't want to say he's giving a talk, he's sharing some words. He's sharing some words, and we're all there sitting down on the ground and whatnot. And he starts talking about humans and different roles that humans do and things of this sort. And then he starts talking about divine beings. And he said, shamans are divine beings. And he literally points at me in the middle of the crowd, and he said, "There's one sitting right there." Dude already seen me for 4+ months. Dude fucking owns the temple. He knows a thing or two on that spiritual side of things. I could only dare to imagine. And he let me know. He let me know exactly what I knew to be true. He told me my reality. And and on that day, I never I never questioned a day of before my life. You know how you go through your life like, did I do the right thing? Did I do the right thing? Did I do the right thing? Never again. I don't ask myself anymore. I don't ask myself, did I do the right thing? Yes, I did the right thing. My heart's in the right place. The only reason why I was at that temple was because my heart was at the right place. And that That heart got me to where I was supposed to be. So I don't need to second guess my path. I don't need to second guess my actions or my behaviors. I know my heart is pure, up and down, left and right, tried, tested, true. Bleed it through and it'll come back again out of the goddamn blue and dead. Tell you what, just as stronger than ever than before. Even more reinvigorated to do good and love because it's who I am. And when you stop second guessing yourself because you know that you got love in your heart, you'll be able to walk away from any ugly comment, any ugly action. You'll be able to walk away from ugliness altogether and just be done with it, like it was a past reality that no longer lives. It lives in other people. That might be their reality today. It ain't mine. Hell no. Heavens no. No to the no, no, no. I'll run towards my happiness if I must, but I am quite satisfied in my peace. And that peace I can find anywhere. That peace, that calm does not rely on anybody or anything. I've learned that on the street or with a roof over my head, with food in my stomach or starving. My peace is indomitable. And that's something that people always want to try to take away until they learn to have that peace themselves, until they receive that peace themselves, until they get that energy of peace for themselves. And if it was just me, yeah, I'm not going to make too much of an impact. But I know there's a family of people like me. You might not dress like me. You might not look like me. You might blend in with everybody else every single day of your life. But you got a heart that matches mine. We're family. I'm not alone, and neither are you. Being around all those people who you share no thoughts with, no resonance with, we share that. And that people feel that peace more and more and more and more, and that peace disrupts their chaos. I lived and thrived in chaos, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. And I learned how to bring peace to chaos. I learned how to allow chaos itself at the core to have calm. For every storm, it got an eye. It got a calm center. And when I connect with somebody on the heart level, we just got through the storm. Everybody else's stuff, that was junk. All that physical stuff you weren't having, that was junk. But once we connect, we found the calm. We found the peace. And that's where we live there 24/7. We know the storm is raging. We know the state of the world. It doesn't mean I have to live there. It doesn't mean I have to be part of it. It doesn't mean I have to have a fucking steak or a goddamn fucking something there. I need to go grab. Nope, nothing. You keep your flag, you keep your steak, you go ahead, keep all that. I'll stick where my heart lies, with my father and my mother, and they are the most peace I've ever experienced. And any story in any book saying that my father and my mother are evil or bad or ugly or told people to kill each other, them motherfuckers are liars. They just spread fear and ugliness of their own plans. You hear the word prophecy in a book, and you know what I see? You know what I hear? The word plan. Because when only a certain group of people know the plan, and the majority of people don't know the plan, well, that group that knows the plan, it went according to plan. But the group that didn't know anything, they said it was going to happen, and it happened. Motherfuckers.
just plotting a goddamn shit behind you and not sharing the details of how they got from there to there. Just like the magician. They showed you what was going on over here, but they kept poking this hand over here, and so all of a sudden you go, what the fuck was that? Because I never stopped working on where you weren't looking. You got that one correct. That's exactly who we're working against. It's exactly who the opposition is that you deal with every single day, that lives within anybody. And that's why your love is so fucking invaluable. It's priceless. It's the golden sword. It's the Midas touch. It changes everything. Because for all that I've ever been around, I don't care how ugly or evil the motherfucker is. When I lay down and I say, take your swing, and they swing off on me, and I say, swing and go ahead, let it out. And they beat me, and they beat me, and they beat me. Guess what? I'm still fucking living. Worse has been done to me already in my life. Go ahead. That person, no matter how evil they are, no matter how bad they are, they can't keep fucking striking me. They can't keep hitting me because eventually they feel guilt. Nobody hit them back. No wrong was really done to them, and in all their rage, they got a bunch of shit now in their heart they gotta go unpack. I'll recover from that beating, no worries. Shit. I won't even look like I got hit. But the other person, their whole fucking life shifted. It almost looks like they gave up now. I don't feel good because I want them to feel better. That's why I can't look at them. That's why I can't deal with them. That's all on them. I know what my heart's done. I know what my body has worked towards, and that I can hold account to. I can't entertain people's lies. I can't entertain people's ideas that they're going to play with in their pants with whatever they doing. I don't know. Everybody up to something different. Everybody wants something different, whatever satisfies them. So go ahead and paint your picture of me. I know my course and I know my path. It ain't nothing going to change my sight. I remind myself every morning. I remind myself every night. I don't forget. It's a power you have. Your power of memory. Nobody can step on that. They can try to wipe it out only if you value their opinion, only if you value their misdirection. Thanks, Cannabis Chris. Appreciate that. Exactly, esoteric though. I mean, that's the reality of it. We can't convince people of things. We can't convince them of shit. You could tell them all day long, this is the way it works. This is the way it works. They're going to go with whatever they want. That's why I am happy about my path, and I am secure in my path. I've worked through them shadows. I've worked through that darkness. I've worked through all of that, and I stopped making those mistakes. And that regret that people have, that's their first lesson. That's their first real lesson in growing up in life. They could be any age. And if they've been able to get away with everything, if they've been able to just do what they've done in a negative way, a negative kind of a circumstance of winning and getting what they want, then there's no regret they feel. They just feel privileged. They they deserve it. It's theirs. It's their right. But once that regret sets in, once that heart kicks in, everything changes for them.
It'll either help them become the best person they could have ever imagined being,